afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the day 2 of AIMA's 28th National Management Convention. I hope you enjoyed the sessions yesterday and the award ceremony, which witnessed the confluence of galaxy of achievers and stars. The theme of the convention this year is Beyond Recovery, New Rules of the Game. We are privileged to have a most distinguished lineup of speakers, dignitaries, and a very eminent audience with us today. We would like to thank our sponsors who have supported the convention and made it possible. Our sincere thanks to our principal sponsor, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, principal co-sponsor, Reliance Industries Limited, sponsor, JK Paper Limited, co-sponsors, Ambuja Neotia, Apollo Hospitals, Kevin Care, Indian Oil, Neo Foods, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Triveni Group, Uflex Limited, Usha International, and Vodafone Idea Limited. Our associate sponsors, Dempo Group of Companies, NTPC, and Tata Chemicals, and corporate sponsors, Amway, BSc, Firebird Institute, Kone Elevators India, Nico Engineering, Power Grid, Thijo Engineering, and Titus & Co. Throughout the convention, we will be conducting live polls during the sessions. Please submit your response to the polls by clicking on the poll button on your screen. We encourage you to ask questions to the speakers during the session by submitting them through the question button on the screen. The program is also streamed live on AIMA's YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter channels. The first session today is a panel discussion on Beyond Survival Strategies for Business Recovery and Rebirth. The poll question for the session is, showing vaccination certificates should be made mandatory for entering offices, shops, hotels, etc. Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? We invite all of you to participate and share your opinion. May I now invite on stage Mr. P. Balaji, Chief Regulator and Corporate Affairs Officer, Vodafone Idea Limited, Mr. Devendra Chawla, Managing Director and CEO, Spencer's Retail and Nature's Basket, Mr. Puneet Chatwal, Managing Director and CEO, The Indian Hotel Company Limited, Mr. Rajiv Talwar, Advisor, DLF Group and Chairman, NAREDCO, Mr. Rajiv Bagao, Co-founder and Group CEO, MakeMyTrip Limited. Let us welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Sure, sir. I request Mr. P. Balaji to open the session with his introductory remarks.
Thank you so much, and a very warm welcome to everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to be part of this session on Beyond Survival, Strategies for Business Recovery and Rebirth. Indeed, a very relevant theme. The pandemic has taught us many lessons. Most importantly, that human ingenuity and resilience knows no bounds. During the initial shock and awe of the pandemic, where life and livelihood were at peril, survival itself was a primary strategy. Soon, the innovative spirit of companies, leaders, and professionals readjusted to the new reality. This enabled that the wheels of the economy kept moving. Where supply chains were disrupted, people found ways to work around them. Where demand side was impacted, organizations reinvented business models, and businesses overall became more efficient and future fit. The second wave was horrific in impact. Still, businesses showed resilience to support employees, communities, and citizens in protecting lives and livelihood. Broadband connectivity ensured people could reach out to each other and to health and government services. Combined with cloud-based deployments, many daily needs from education, commerce, entertainment, or social networking went online at population scale. Dispersed workforce and virtual meetings became the new normal. The telecom sector, of which Vodafone Idea is a leading player, with their network warriors, kept the digital pipeline alive to keep the economy moving. The startup ecosystem and cloud players brought in innovation to educate and everything in between. As we emerge from the ashes of the pandemic, industry and businesses have become stronger and future fit. Wherever required, the government stepped in to repair the economy and the industries. Therefore, it is no surprise that in recent months, GST collections and exports have gone up. Further, with geopolitical developments, many opportunities lie ahead and will contribute to evolution of India to a $5 trillion economy. Accelerated digital consumer behavior, adoption of technology-based solutions, creating platforms supporting new business models hold the key. I know my friends and leaders on this panel have led transformational efforts in their organizations and in fact in their industries over the last 18 months. I really look forward to hear and learn from them. And I take this opportunity to introduce the illustrious panelists, starting with the moderator, Mr. Devendra Chawla. He is the Managing Director and CEO, Spencer's Retail and Nature's Basket. A veteran of retail, Devendra has led several critical operations at Walmart, Future Group, Reliance Retail, Coca-Cola, and Asian Paints. As MD of Spencer Retail, he has introduced transformative changes at the company and aligned the company with the new consumer needs and habits. Devendra, many thanks for agreeing to moderate the session. I'm sure your vast and varied experience will greatly add to the discussions. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Balaji.
Thank you so much, Devendra. Mr. Puneet Chatwal is Managing Director and CEO of the Indian Hotel Company Limited. As a leader of one of the leading and most prestigious hotel chains, Puneet's experience of the pandemic economy will be uniquely instructive. How the industry reinvented itself to survive restrictions and to support the new and actually respond to the new health consciousness of their consumers. Puneet has also led different hotel chains around the world and therefore can give us a larger perspective on the state and future of the hospitality industry. Puneet, many thanks for joining the panel.
Thank you.
Mr. Rajesh Mago is co-founder and group CEO, MakeMyTrip Limited, a pioneer in the online ticketing industry on both on airport and hotel reservations and India and overseas. Not many may know, but Rajesh was among the few key players who developed the Aadhaar Setu app, which helped the government monitor people's movement and contact with each other during the pandemic. Rajesh will share with us how the travel industry has coped with the pandemic and how it works with the governments across the world in shaping travel. Rajesh, really a pleasure to have you on this panel.
Yeah.
And lastly, my privilege to thank the illustrious Mr. Rajiv Talwar on joining the panel. He is advisor DLF Group and chairman NAREDCO and has seamlessly stepped from the public sector into the private sector. A former IAS officer, well remembered for running ITDC successfully, Rajiv not only has his finger on the pulse of the hospitality and tourism industry, but also had top-down view of the reality sector in the country. We look forward to hearing his account of the challenges and transformation in the real estate sector. Rajiv, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to hand over the session to Devendra to moderate the entire session.
Thank you so much, Balaji. Thanks, Balaji. And today we have a very eminent panel and we're discussing strategies for business recovery and rebirth. And I think Balaji set the context very well, but I'll just like to add that last 18 months have been very testing times for people as well as for all businesses. And we've been always talking from the last 1 decade about VUCA moments, but never did we know that we'll experience such a massive VUCA moment, which the pandemic brought. And hopefully it's a once in a lifetime, once in a century moment. And there were no playbooks, there was no policy. Nobody knew. This was unanticipated. Nothing could have been planned, whether at the industry or even at the world stage. And then the first wave hit us. But what is really admirable is the agility and the collaborative approach, which has been displayed at all levels by people and by many, many businesses. And some of very successful ones are here with us today. And the lockdown and reopening through the last 18 months have kept business on the edge with this, opening and lockdown and opening, and some businesses could have got like scarred for some good time. And the survivors are trying to recover and rebuild despite frequent and unpredictable disruptions. And I think enterprises have tried to adapt by taking the business online, like even in our case at Spencer's, We've had a business now, a vertical called out of store, where the delivery business, whether it's online through WhatsApp, chatbot, e-commerce has gone up multiple times. And I'm sure, like us, all the players have had to tweak their supply chains and prioritize cash flows over growth. And many have capitalized on the pandemic-driven demand and pivoted to new revenue sources. However, as we speak, doubts remain about sustainability of the new operating methods and revenues. Is it here to stay? Will we go back? And the threat of further COVID surges, though with the record every day 1 crore plus vaccinations, give a lot of comfort, but still at the back of everybody's head, this third wave, will it come or not? I think also continues that business decisions and volatility in several external factors, the challenges remain, and leaders must come up with strategies to save, transform, and grow the business amid this radical uncertainty. So several questions which comes to our mind, like how can enterprises make the digital pivot permanent and turn it into a competitive advantage, especially for the legacy companies? What kind of new business models are more appropriate for the post vaccinated economy? And what can business leaders do to align business strategy and the rapidly changing scenario and the technological disruption of industry? So let me start by asking each one of our panelists. Let me start with you, Puneet. Puneet, how's the pace of revival in the hotel industry, and how's the growth looking like in near term? And do you see any significant shift in consumer behavior when it comes to exploration of hotels by vacation travels or travelers on office work? And I'll make a personal disclosure. As we speak, I'm staying at the Taj of the hotels in Puneet's chain. Over to you, Puneet.
Thank you, Devendra. I think let me try to tie in with what you just now said, and also by Balaji. I think resilience, as Balaji said, is the key word for the last 18 months, which in his words also led to survival and enabled the industry to press the reset button. And if I may add to what you said, Devendra, I would call it the ABC of survival. Is you use the word agility and collaboration. I would just add a B in between, calling it bold decision making, which was really led by leadership in such circumstances, really by intuition, experience, feeling, whatever way one would want to describe intuition. So I think the key learning, all of us went to good business schools and other schools. We were never taught how to deal with a zero revenue business. You've been imposed with a lockdown. So let's say 22nd of March, 2020, with the Janta curfew, 24th of March, the lockdown, April, May, you started with a zero revenue base, or maybe some green shoots there. And then we started seeing some recovery in September, October, November, December, and things were beginning to look good. And then comes again March, and you get the second wave, and then what happened in April and May, we saw what it was. That is one part of the story. But despite the devastation of April and May of the second wave, I can say that July, August have been very good months, and September is expected to grow in the same direction despite the last 10 days of September being impacted by the Shraddh, our Hindu tradition. So the industry, I would say, as a whole, is back at around 70 to 75% of the pre-COVID level revenues from 2019. Leisure is definitely doing even more than 100 in most of the destinations. I think Goa is one of those. For us, Taj in Rishikesh or in Shimla, in Theog, or Corbett, many destinations, including, I think there was a recent announcement in Udaipur has had one of the best years in the last 10 years in terms of room nights, that those trends have been good. Having said that, that's on the leisure side. The corporate travel is limited. It has started. It is a direct correlation with the amount of vaccination and the speed of vaccination. And I think the there's still some recovery is needed strongly in the metros of Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Kolkata. And once that happens, because of the volume of business, especially for large operators like ourselves, I think we could easily go back higher than the pre-COVID level of revenue because the leisure part has been very strong. So I believe personally in the resilience of the sector. It is one of the most fascinating sectors. And I can't talk about any other sector because 40 years I've been only in this one. So I'm a firm believer that travel is a very important human need. And the people have demonstrated whether they change their behavior, because that's another part of your question, how the consumer behavior has changed. On the short term, definitely, it has tilted towards what we always talked in theory, whether we call it pleasure or we call it bizcation or any other fancy term, but basically combining business and leisure in destinations where there were a lot of open spaces and the stays could be extended instead of like a couple of days, quick turnaround business trip to a week, 10 days, 15 days, led to the emergence of a very strong segment in the homestay business, food deliveries at home. Actually, I would just call it the traditional definition of a hotel has been a home away from home. So whether you call it hospitality at home, or you call it homestays, or you call it home deliveries, these trends emerged. And as you rightly said, Devendra, I think time will tell if these trends are sustainable and are going to be like this over a longer period of time, but definitely in the shorter term, they are there. And we also took advantage as an organization of this situation, or we tried to turn that adversity into an opportunity by launching our human home delivery model or our AIMA homestays. And definitely the Taj resorts are second to none and in the best parts of the country. So I think they're very pleased with the way July, August, and currently September is shaping up for the industry. It is more than what we would have expected in April and May, but it's still very fragile. We need to be cautious. We need to take all precautions. And although hope is not the best strategy, we still have to hope that the third wave doesn't come. And if it comes, it is less devastating. And then I have no doubt in my mind that the sector will be back stronger than ever before.
Well, thanks, Puneet, thanks. And I must congratulate you and your team, and the comfort that brand Taj brings even right now. I checked in yesterday, and the comfort, the sanitization, you feel really, really safe. So I love that word you said, home away from home. Absolutely. And let me come to Rajiv. And Rajiv, I'm sure you're aware, we've also at Nature's Basket just opened last month a store at DLF Avenue in Saket in Delhi. And your sector seems to be recently, at least now, on fire. I saw a report that one of your counterparts, Godrej Properties, has done some record booking in Noida. And I think the whole sector is looking up to, at least probably after a 10-year cycle. So how's the revival in growth trends looking like for the real estate players? And I would also want you to touch upon if there are any changes you are seeing in consumer behavior in terms of ownership. And I know we've been hearing that people are working from home, so they need a room more, and maybe moving to a flat size a little bigger than. And what does business need to do in real estate to make the shift? Rajiv, would love to hear your views. Over to you.
I think let's start with the basic, that what does business need to do? I think you need to have a good track record, because the sector has been beset by problems, as you would very well know. Everyone in all over India Inc. would know. So you do need to create a record. You do need to have timely deliveries. You do need to adopt technology and digitization to the extent of even reporting online on the progress of projects, because that's been a great, mix of confidence, trust deficit. So I think we need to adopt technology and digitization in a very big way. But coming to India, I think the biggest strength that we have is something now that this is one of the largest unified markets on the globe. I think that's something which is being seen in every sector, that there is a demand revival here. The government is totally willing. Number of steps being taken by every ministry. I was very pleasantly surprised that besides the interest rates coming down, the RBI keeping a track on a day-to-day basis, the Ministry of Finance, kind of having excellent reactions to what is required, whether it's the tax rates, whether it's also retro taxes, whatever is required to be done. And what Puneet may have also alluded to in a way, and what home deliveries and retail like Spencer's are now accounting for, or Modern Bazaars or retail, Reliance Retail, that yes, there has been an improvement in infrastructure and law and order in this country. And therefore, the kind of something which we used to think was a rare holiday, 52 weekend getaways from every city. Today, you find almost entire India being dotted by people who are Indians and who are local people and who are now venturing out to stay in their homes in the hills or homes elsewhere, and yet providing a sizable market, not only for hotels, homestays, but also aviation, driving, automobiles. And you've seen something which is going actually quite unbelievably strong, as most of the speakers will say, for the last few months, and how it has been a rebirth of the Indian economic story. I would only say from the point of view of real estate, yes, you need to have a good name. You can make a large number of bookings, and then you need to get your engine for execution into place. There's therefore very good room for technology to come in, for engineers to come in, for marketing to come in and take the low-hanging fruit. For example, even homes and floors. Like you said, people require one extra room. Yes, they require connectivity. They need an OFC cable network. They need pipe gas. They need electricity and water. And hence, bookings on a new thing, which was something which we had said that, okay, will we do floors? There's been a tremendous amount of demand, not only for floors, which is, make a plot, make 4 floors on that, provide them all the facilities. And there's been a sellout on that. But similarly, on the highest range also, which means that there is confidence growing in business, that even things like what we call camellias, which is the highest point, not to miss out on things like Crest or Ultima, Primer, Skycourt. Those are projects, and these are selling all over. So there is a revival. I think we need that, yes, people should build up a name. People should provide confidence. And to that extent, the Real Estate Regulation Act has been a great shot in the arm. It's a great confidence booster. And there have been, not only in residential, but like you said, you've opened a new place in DLF Saket. I was quite surprised this Sunday, going to the same mall as you're talking about, and I'm sure it's the same all over the country, that there's a restaurant and a commons food court. Believe me, there was a waiting list outside that. And I was quite surprised that on the one hand, people said, are they going there? And on the other hand, people were just chilling outside, big chill, and waiting for their turn. So there is footfalls, there were brands like Uniqlo and the others who are doing very well. So, Marks and Spencer's, Uniqlo, and all these brands doing exceedingly well. So there is a push up in retail. But I think the biggest boost has been on office space. That many and most of the centers, and with BPO taxation being now set right, there is a demand again. And let's say we all should be discussing that, yes, just 2 firms, Blackstone and Brookfield, have put in something like $40 billion between the 2 of them on leased out space. So you do have REITs which are doing very well. And you do have a large amount. We alone are building something like 30 million square feet in various cities and towns. And I'm sure the others are equally adaptive and equally excited. So there is a huge amount of construction going on, and that should bring us to reskilling as well as retraining. And if that should happen, not only the quality of education, the quality of healthcare, and to that extent, 75 to 80 crore vaccinations being done is a great booster for the Indian as a nation, but Indian government and the Indian private sector initiative, which is being reflected so well along with the government. I would, of course, like to place before all of you, I think the biggest market will be in mass housing. Why to talk only of the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, which is 300 square feet, whether it is millennials who are setting up their new families, looking out for new jobs, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen and 1 hall is something which should be made, not only the 1 crore 13 lakh houses which have been made under the leadership of Mr. Hardeep Puri for the last 4 years, but I think under the Prime Minister's program, we need to go into something like 5 to 6 crore homes. Every railway junction is a town, which is populated by ground floor or maximum ground plus 1. I think if you look at the examples of Mumbai, Delhi, and other big metros, we need to make 8 to 10 storied buildings there, just 300 square feet, and give them on rent. This is affordable housing, even if it is, and I'm just giving you the mathematics for 1 crore 12 lakh homes which have already been seeded and been made by the government of India. At 50 rupees per day, you will get something like 20,440 crores worth of rent. And that is the way forward, that yes, along with electricity, water, you would be excluding theft. You would make it affordable, pipe gas, OFC network, your digital payment and your digital initiative would take result. You would have much better recovery on utilities. It will be much easier for them to have education and health and transport clusters. So this is probably the need and the big way going forward, that we should be making 5 to 6 crore homes so that tomorrow there is no need for slums or unauthorized colonies. At 50 rupees per day, you'd be able to get a home which is clean, good. And the problem which we saw in the first lockdown, something called migrants and migration. Anyone who has a pakka house, I don't think would like to leave. It would be a great confidence and an emotion booster and security booster for women and for girls who are studying and working. So I think this country really is on the upside, whether it is warehousing, whether it is steel structures which are coming into new technology, whether it is data centers, whether it's infrastructure, food processing and ordering of food, as no one would, but Devendra would know the best, that what a revolution has taken place. And who else, even Balaji with Vodafone India, Jio, Airtel, I'm sure that just the OFC network will make such a big difference to this country as we have seen in the last 1.5 years. I think innovation, digitization, and just not setting now 5 trillion. Please set your sights at 15 to 20 trillion and let go of this country. I think let's make, this is a breakthrough time. Let's allow, even in environment ministry, you'd be surprised, something which I've been following up in the government and the private sector for the last 3 decades and more. The ministry was saying that, look here, we'll just put all what is required to be put into a building and to be put into infrastructure on the net. Provide it yourself, we'll check it out later while you're making those buildings. So I think there's a big mindset change which is coming in, and let's take advantage of that. I just feel I was a mighty younger to enjoy a much better future in India, which I'm sure is coming our way, and there were those of the coming generations. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Rajiv. Thanks. And I think how wonderful to set the target, the dreams of the country from 5 trillion to 15. I think very well said. And I think on the lines you said, a couple of states like Maharashtra and yesterday even Karnataka has been reducing some some taxes on flats below 45 lakhs so that it becomes a little more affordable. So I'm sure the revival is there on the cards.
And plus,
Fantastic. So let
including
me,
bank interest rates are going down.
oh
You've
yes,
seen
yes,
that.
record low.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw yesterday even HDFC reduced even interest rate on housing to some 6.7 or 6.8. So absolutely, I think all inputs are helping for revival of housing. So let me come to you now, Rajesh. One of the most talked about industry also has been travel, the one which got impacted probably the most in the pandemic. How do you see it evolving? How do you see the opening up after the wave 2? And give us a sense of the pace of the revival, and how do you see the businesses depending on tourism, what all shifts they are making to adapt to this so-called new normal or going back to normal? Over to you.
Sure.
Raj.
Thanks, Devendra. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Devendra. Yes, travel and tourism, I think along with maybe hospitality, even retail to an extent was very badly disrupted. I mean, and overall travel was probably the worst sort of impacted sector that we've all seen for the last now, and we've been grappling with it for the last 18 months. And like Puneet was pointing out, it's been a bit of a roller coaster. It'll open up a bit, then it'll shut immediately, and then the second wave happened, and then now it's sort of started to revive again. And we've gone through this. So one way of looking at this is, and maybe from our point of view, given that we are in the business for about 2 decades now, so it's not that we hadn't really seen the down cycles before. And across the tourism industry or the hospitality industry, they've seen many down cycles before, but this one clearly was, a mega down cycle, if you will, right? And it's still continuing in many ways. And then therefore that called for obviously, different sort of reaction as well, right? Immediately you had to do it, if the revenue had to go down to 0 or 5%, then, all that what you had to do, and across the industry that happened, that you had to immediately, from a short-term standpoint, just to go back to the drawing board and attack the cost structures and so on, right? So just try to bring that into whatever shape and that you can do. That was really the immediate task in hand at that point in time. And then I guess, just to make sure that you don't end up, and I guess that was the learning from the past, don't end up being very, very short term and tactical about it. And you didn't really want to lose the sight of the long term opportunity as well. Even during the difficult times, we've all seen that there are many opportunities where many new opportunities sort of emerge as well. And at least from our point of view, then we kept our sort of eye on those opportunities as well. One thing was clear, and I think Puneet alluded to that as well, that we did not really change our long-term view on travel. And the reason why I say that is that, I think Rajiv, Puneet, both were trying to say similar stuff, that when it comes to experience, and it is the inherent nature of the human being is that he or she has to go out and experience. And, all the examples that have been shared already, call it revenge buying, call it revenge, just stepping out and experiencing, whether it is a dining experience or it is a travel experience, was bound to happen. And we saw that post wave 1, and we are actually seeing in an accelerated pace, even post second wave as well. Where leisure segment is on tier, like literally people are just going out and spending and experiencing. In fact, the frequency of taking break and all has changed because, there has been also flexibility to work from home kind of a thing, right? So there is a staycation or a workation kind of a concept that has come in. So it's not that people are now necessarily waiting for long weekends or the holidays. The people are just basically saying, okay, why don't we check into a place where, call it homestays, call it premium property, just secluded, peaceful, where you can, you'll have a great Wi-Fi, and then, maybe during the day you would log in for your meetings and you'll do your work, maybe towards the end of the day or in the evening, and maybe over the weekend that you will just, have some relaxed time there. So some of these trends are really changing, which is very encouraging. And the industry now seems to be, and again, I say this with fingers and toes crossed, really, because yes, the trajectory is really good, but we don't really need to do the same thing, a repeat of what happened post wave 1, right? Which is, we went out and we lowered the guard, we did not follow the protocols and so on. And then guess what? Wave 2 was very, very intense, as we all know. So you don't really want to get into that situation. Vaccination clearly is going to help. So that's really, the momentum is going to help. I think, one of the things that, at least from our point of view that we've seen, and it's not necessarily short and midterm, I'm just saying from an opportunity for India standpoint, I think it's a great opportunity for India to up the game for the domestic travel market, because by the way, all of this recovery so far that is happening is domestic travel only, and international, as we all know, is to be still grappling with, and there's hardly any, maybe lower double-digit sort of recovery that has happened on the international travel, and because of the reasons that are more macro, bilateral arrangements and so on and so forth, it's that much complex. But if there was one opportunity that was there for businesses as well as for the country, on the travel and tourism side, we believe that it is going to be now or never sort of an opportunity to up the game on domestic travel and tourism industry. And for that, you have to do a lot of stuff. All stakeholders coming together, but there is a lot of sort of improvement in. And that would mean that you have to spend a huge amount of money and investment in improving the infrastructure across the board. And I think the destination experience holds the key. And that is one area that, and we are trying to see whatever that, from our point of view, we can contribute to that we should contribute. So that's sort of one, I think, a very big opportunity that is in front of us. From a long-term standpoint, international would also come back. Some of the segments may shrink a little bit, and business travel is unfortunately going to be one of those segments. But all other segments are likely to come back. Call it pilgrimage travel, call it visiting friends and relatives, or leisure travel, etc. They're all going to come back. I don't think that's going to be the safety fear, or the fear of safety rather, is just going out of everybody's mind thanks to vaccination and all that. People are just going out there and trying to experience the world. I don't think that inherent demand is going to change. But from our business standpoint, we also saw an opportunity that I think it was a great opportunity during the down cycle when the core business is not happening, while that you keep looking at the opportunities that you would see in the core business as well, but also see if there are any complementary adjacent businesses or adjacent lines, or the ancillary sort of services that could complement your core business. Was there an opportunity to sort of look at some of those as well? And I think we did end up looking at a couple of them. And it's important for you to be able to, I think it's also a learning from this prolonged crisis, if you will, that you would also want to keep your mind open to looking at some of the other avenues. For example, for our core business, believe it or not, and when we launched it and everybody came back and said, listen, you must have gone mad that you've launched in GCC in the middle of pandemics. We were ready, our product was ready, and we said, it doesn't really matter, because on an online launch is not necessarily a mega physical launch, right? So you can just go out there and start testing the product, and then how the product is being experienced, and get that feedback, and actually keep refining your product. Similarly, we ended up actually building a platform called Trip Money, which is our mini fintech platform. We started with travel loans actually pre-pandemic. Now we've expanded the insurance business there, and we are planning to get Forex, etc. as well. So, and similarly, we ended up building a third-party advertisement platform as well. So the point I'm trying to drive home is that for the businesses, while you are busy dealing with the crisis on one hand, on the other hand, please always keep looking out for opportunities that could be from a long-term standpoint sustainable. Because you willy-nilly, you will have to do tactical stuff, reactionary, to deal with the crisis immediately. You can't not do it, because otherwise you won't survive. But if you have to not only revive, but also thrive post the crisis, then you have to think long term, and then you have to keep looking at some of those opportunities as well. And I guess that's the way, we sort of looked at it. Maybe I'll just touch upon a little bit on digitization, your original question that you mentioned. From our point of view, thankfully, because we've been in the online business, so that wasn't really a challenge. But for the businesses, like you gave your own example, if we have to sustain that, and I've seen that over the 2 decades from the offline world, or whether it is retail industry or any other industry, unfortunately, I think that we've been all these while we didn't really need pandemic to adapt digitization or technology, right? Because it's been going on for like 2 decades, and tremendous amount of innovation happening. I think it has to be, we will have to just come out of that denial mindset and accept that it is going to be the future, and therefore invest seriously behind it. See, otherwise, if we stay in that jugaad mentality, and say that, okay, I will deal with it, now, but, guess what? We'll fall back to, or go back in our own sort of conventional comfort zone. I don't think that's going to help. I think if there is one thing that businesses should absolutely learn from this crisis is to, accept technology, adapt, and proactively invest behind it. And overall, when it becomes scalable, economics and everything else actually falls in place. So that's something that I thought I'll just touch upon it, because I've seen people and the businesses just not been able to come to terms with and saying that, listen, do we really need to and not? But now guess what? This pandemic has clearly told everyone that this is going to be probably the future.
Thanks, Rajesh. Thank you so much. And I think it's such a pleasure now. Last couple of weeks, I've been taking some flights and to see life as usual, though obviously with all precaution and care. And the flights were full, at least in which I was there. Yeah. And I think the revival is good. And I like that part of no jugaad and actually, doing like for sustainable long term. I think being mindful of time, we were allotted time till 3:10. I think we have overrun our time, but I will just ask one question, and my request is, since we have already overshot, 30 seconds answer one. Rajesh, there's a question for you. Mm-hmm. And when I see on real estate, so I'll ask Rajiv. So Rajiv, first for you, 30-second one. It says, do you think the pandemic will lead to inflation in real estate? This is a question from Mohammed Sajid Ali. Do you want to take that, Rajiv?
Short one. I don't think it will lead to inflation. In fact, I think if we are able to do volumes, and especially, like you said, at the bottom of the pyramid, if people do well and large amount of construction takes place, then every kind of housing right till the tip of the pyramid will expand. And once supply expands, I'm sure that is the best way of keeping all rates down and moderate. I think that is something which, like Rajesh said, let's adopt digitization, let's adopt technology. I think those need to kick in very fast, and volumes need to kick in very fast. This is one of the largest markets in the world which is underserved till now. The government is totally on the ball, and I think we should make use of that all ministers wish to do best that they can. So I don't think inflation in real estate, yes, supply of cement and material should also go up. And if that happens, I don't think then prices will really shoot through the roof.
Thanks, Rajiv. Thanks. And a quick one for you, Rajesh. Again, please take it in 30 seconds. Since you were involved in the app, there's a question which says, what is the future role of surveillance apps like Arogya Setu in helping the travel and hospitality companies? Do you want to?
Yeah, very quickly. Absolutely. Sure. It actually can help. It's already helping, by the way, not only Arogya Setu, but also CoWIN. Subsequently, where you have all this data around the vaccination as well as the contact tracing, right? So Arogya Setu was contact tracing, and CoWIN was about all about vaccination. And we've actually started to digitize all of that and also try to put it at one place where you can actually just take your smartphone and show all the data at one place at the airport, and it could be a frictionless, seamless experience. So absolutely, this could have not only for the domestic travel, but it could actually help open up the international travel as well.
No, thank you so much, Rajesh. I think that would be all. Balaji, over to you. Back to you at AIMA. You guys have a session at 3:15. It's already 3:14, so close it here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Devendra. Thank you, everyone.
I thank all the panelists, Mr. Chatwal, Mr. Talwar, Mr. Magao, and Mr. Chawla for sharing their thoughts and ideas with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of this session, but stay tuned as we start the next session with the unicorns just in a few minutes.
Everyone, and
It's a pleasure today to be here and extend a very warm welcome in this session on India's unicorn boom. We have an excellent panel today, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Vamsi Krishna, Aditi Srivastav, and Varun Alag. So without further ado, I'd like to start introducing our panelists today and moderator. Firstly, Mr. Munjal, thank you for actually coming up with this unique session on unicorns and also for moderating. You're not only the leading Indian investor in startups, but also a valued mentor to founders. You definitely have a knack of backing startups and identifying trends very early. As an outstanding entrepreneur, you've built several successful enterprises in the manufacturing, corporate services, real estate, and education sectors. A leader in the human resource development domain, he has founded the BML Munjal University and is also a past president at AIMA, and right now also chairs AIMA's international work. Thank you for joining us and a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
Vamsi Krishna is the founder of a very promising edutech startup, Vedantu, which offers online personalized tuition to school students using the latest technological tools. Your services have been particularly vital during the long closure of schools and tuition classes in the COVID period. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Aditi Srivastav is the co-founder of Pocket Aces, Goldman Sachs alumni. She brings great financial savvy in a domain that is largely dominated by engineers. She started Pocket Aces to look at the demand for in-pocket entertainment, and she'll talk a lot more about it later on. She's created a vertically integrated house of digital entertainment for the relatively new media and has a reach of close to 50 million users, if I believe that might have been dated by now. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Great to be here. Thank you.
Varun Alag has turned a personal problem into a public solution and built a very successful startup in the D2C niche of the e-commerce vertical. With a combination of organic growth and acquisitions, he has built a successful retail franchise and is in a position to take Mamaearth and Derma brands offline also. Welcome, Varun.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, India is at the cusp of creating close to $1 trillion of value through startups in the next few years. This is an unprecedented growth for the world's third largest startup ecosystem. And this is just the beginning. In every area that we can think of, there is some level of disruption. Some of this has been perpetuated by the pandemic, but the change had started several years ago. We've been creating a unicorn almost every week, and now several unicorns are also in the pipeline. What is admirable and different is that the startup world is also making a difference to the perceived non-sexy areas like microfinance, agriculture, and social enterprise. We also see immense direct and indirect support from the government. A case in point is the India Stack, which comprises of several already developed and some under development protocols for payment, logistics, healthcare, amongst others. The overall ecosystem has also matured with all types of investors, some of the legal frameworks in place, and most importantly, discerning customers. These are indeed very exciting times. We have an excellent panel to discuss the rise of unicorns and the proliferation of unicorns. With these words, I would ask Sunil to take over and start the moderation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vineet. Thank you for both the warm introduction and introduction to the session itself. You know, the terms like unicorns, decacorns are now being thrown about all the time. And interestingly, India's ecosystem has developed a fair degree of both strength and momentum. And I believe that this will create a whole new set of entrepreneurs founders and companies, which will show us the high growth which some of the earlier ones have shown. Only thing I believe is the pace is going to get faster now. So we are fortunate to have three unique founders with us today, each one in a significantly different area, but each one with tremendous energy, innovation, and momentum in what they're doing. We do know, to limit my conversation, because I'd like to talk to them a little bit more. We do know why some of this is happening, but I don't think we all quite fully understand and appreciate every nuance of the system that is helping and in some sense holding back some more of the entities becoming unicorns. And frankly, to my mind, unicorn only on value is only a single dimensional view. There are many, many more layers to what each one is doing, to how they touch people, communities, society, customers, suppliers. And I think that's where the real benefit lies, in the transformation that is taking place in India and the world. And India has leapfrogged a few stages of change and is jumping to the forefront amongst the 2, 3, 4 top countries doing this. And I hope we can continue this momentum and build on this. So let me come straight to a conversation with these three. Vamsi, let me first ask you. You said that Vedantu is reimagining teaching and learning. How do you imagine it is doing this? Because we have seen some extra momentum during the lockdowns. How much of this do you think is permanent and will build up in the future? How much will slip back once the physical interaction increases and comes back?
Well, that's a great question. Thanks for having me here, Mr. Munjal. Really great to be interacting with with the fellow panelists and the audience. The question you asked is pretty bang on, in the sense like the pandemic gives a perceptual view, not just for companies like Vedantu, but for other online companies as well. And the acceleration and the momentum has really increased. But very honestly, we have seen that trends happening even 1-2 years before pandemic happened. And what pandemic did is what we expected to happen in, let's say, 2 years, maybe happened in 1 year. But it's not just because of pandemic. I think the Indian system with online companies and on the online startups were having this momentum. And I think the cutting edge disruptive stuff was going on much before pandemic. Now, specifically answering your question about the education, Vedantu, in fact, we started way back in 2014. But even before that, me and my founders, we were in education field, and we were in offline education field, wherein we used to, almost for 8 years, we used to operate this offline centers, education centers, where we used to predominantly teach students, like 30, 40, 50 students in an offline setup, pretty much like how we used to study, right? And the whole challenge there, which actually led us to think about technology, was most of these 80% of these locations were tier 3, tier 4. And we used to find huge challenge in getting top quality teachers and getting them there and retaining them there. And we wanted to create a solution which solves for this last mile problem. And we thought the technology might be the best solution for it. And hence this was born. And in Vedantu, what we are technically trying to do here, and many other companies in online education, is to provide an access to a very high quality teacher or high quality content and make that accessible to students across the country at a price point which is much lower than the existing offline. So I would say, when you look at all these online companies, including
I'm going to interrupt you here. I'm going to interrupt you. I want you folks to keep the answers as short as possible so we can get as many as possible in. Okay? And I like what you're saying. It's very useful. But if you keep it short, then we will cover a few more angles to it.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
So I'll be brief then. So technically what is happening here, and one thing which I fundamentally believe is all of us have gone, always gravitated towards better efficiency and better quality. And what these online systems is doing is getting access to this high quality at a cost which is much more lower than the offline equivalent. So at a fundamental level, that is what the core of the disruption is, having better quality at low cost. And that is what these technologies are able to provide.
Right. Good. Thank you. So Aditi, let me ask you a non-business question. Actually, it's a human angle question. You're married to your co-founder. and you went to school with the other one, I believe, in class 6, 7, or 8 or something in Kuwait.
Yeah.
How is it working with people you've known for so long? Because in business, you have pulls and tensions and tugs at issues which are to do with implementation or technology or strategy. Does that impact your personal relationship, or does it help?
Honestly, Sunil, I would say
I'm sorry if
that
you're not prepared for this. It's not a business question, but I think it's important
Oh
for
no,
us to understand
I get
the
asked
human
these
angle of each
questions.
one of you, because you are bringing the business to us.
Absolutely. No, I get asked this question a lot, and it's been extremely, I would say, net positive, right? So of course there are challenges in working with your spouse or in working with people that you know for a very long time, but I think the benefits really do outweigh the challenges. I mean, having a co-founder is actually very similar to, being in a marriage, even if that person is not your spouse. The level of trust that is required, the level of honesty that is required, and just going through, the highs and lows of entrepreneurship, of which there are many. Right? I think the journey is not easy. It's exhilarating, but exhausting. It can be as well. And so I think that it's been fantastic, because the trust and honesty we can have been amazing. Of course, the good thing is that we are 3 of us, and each pair has a relationship for many years separately from the other one. And I think that really benefits us, because we can be, unbiased, and we can be, at any given point, you will not be able to predict which 2 are going to be on the same side. So there is no pattern as such, which is really nice, and we keep each other real. And of course, we've had to put rules in place. Okay, the car ride home, you're not going to talk about work. And XYZ, you're not going to talk about work. So I think it's important to realize that it's not easy. And so you have to actively manage it as well. But, even our vacations are working vacations most of the time, which, some people would say, oh, that sounds sad, but we can then take more vacations because we anyway work on the vacations. So I think it's definitely something that has to be actively managed. But overall, I would say it's just been brilliant. I wouldn't do it any other way.
It's good to hear that work does not travel with you when you go on your vacations. That's unusual though, but it's good to hear.
Oh, it does travel. All our vacations are working vacations.
All right. Okay. What you call yourself chief dad in a sense for the products that you produce. You come, however, from an experience of working at a company like Coke. So what is it that experience brings to this chief dad? And what does chief dad actually mean for the benefit of our listeners?
No, I think firstly, thank you for having me as a part of the panel, Sunil. When we started, it was just me and Ghazal, and we were equal contributors to this cause, and we were parents who were wanting to create something different and something special for all the kids around us and for all the parents to buy. And hence, when we were thinking of, hey, what do we call ourselves? And I mean, in a 2-people company, having fancy executive designations just didn't sound. It sounded funny, to be honest. And hence, chief dad and chief mom were the natural designations that we found that were equal, balanced, and represented what we were trying to create and what difference we were trying to make. And because it was a shared journey that we were trying to share with our consumers as well, that we know what we have gone through, we know what you're going through, and hence trust us that we will create something that will be great for you and your family. And so it was fairly natural. And from a perspective of what I refer to as my alma maters after passing out of college, be it Unilever, be it Diageo, be it Coca-Cola. And I think that there has been immense amount of learning. And firstly, around certain human resource processes, certain structures around how you look at people and how having great teams can just pivot you into a much more sustainable business. And secondly, just in terms of the ethical way of building and running a business, right? Because that's the only sustainable way of doing it. And thirdly, I think just this whole understanding of the fact that finally all of these large companies, right, everyone is standing on the shoulder of giants, right? And these giants are the brands, and once you're able to build a brand and which the consumer believes in, and then the sustainability of your business is fairly large, which is why the consumer product company gets
that
it.
allows me to pivot to the next question for Vamsi. I want to come back and ask you the evolution of your brand itself later on. I want to come to Vamsi about the brand. Vamsi, you've said you want your brand to be the most loved brand in edtech. Do you think that other current players or even the larger players will just stand by and allow you to do that? And why do you think yours will become the most loved one? What are you doing to make that happen?
Yeah, so I think whenever we talk about education or for that matter any company, many a times we get this question a lot, like A versus B, this versus that. Mr. Moja, like I typically like to think of it as a more like internally focused, which is like there is so much to do, so much impact to create, so many students out there, right? So I tend to think of it not in terms of competition, but in terms of like what can you do, right, in the limited set of students you are interacting with. And when we say that we want to be the most loved brand or we want to create the most awesome experience, what we truly mean, and it's more of like an internal mobilization theme, right? Can we create an awesome experience across each and every touch point? And in fact, Vedantu was talking about brand, and I was quite like, really relate with what you just said. For us, brand really is not advertising or publicity or that, all that stuff. But it's actually about the experiential delta which comes from the cumulative of all those interactions, small to big. And that's really, is a more of a rally cry inside, which we try to like make for the organizations. Can we be internally focused? Can we just focus on our student and be obsessed about, what can we do for him or her? That would create the brand. And it's not really a competition, because education, and all of us have gone through it, is not any which is a winner takes all or anything, any of that kind of.
Let me ask you a question which is coming in from the audience about this. One, it says, do you think online learning app will replace traditional learning? And second, an add-on to this question is online learning not going to miss out on the grooming of the student's personality, development, and diversity?
That's a good question. So, there's a lot of this, PR, a lot of articles around like online versus offline, online will replace offline. Even in e-commerce, we used to hear a lot of this thing, right? I have a fundamental, different view on that. We should not be thinking about A will replace B or not. I think everything will be there and coexist. What again we need to think about is what does a child or a student require? And then what is the best perfect solution for him for that particular thing? For example, in a school, if you go think about a school, there is obviously cognitive skills which are required and which are developed, and also non-cognitive skills like there is play, there is like social interaction, debates, and a lot of things which you need to do, which in school you do for which the holistic development of a child happens. As far as cognitive skills are concerned, in which essentially it's teaching and learning, I fundamentally believe that online solves the last mile problem. It has it can give access to very high quality content or a teacher and make that available for students across like even a tier 3, tier 4. But that doesn't mean that that solves everything, right? There are a lot of elements for which you still need physical social interactions, and I think it's a accumulation, and it's essentially a pedagogy which has components of A, B, and maybe C, like coming together, which probably is required. So the way to think about it is not that will A completely replace B. There are elements which A can do a better job at today, and there are elements where B is required to do a better job at, right? And that is how we need to probably think about it, and that's how at least I think about it.
Okay. I'm going to go to Aditi now. Aditi, this is a two-part question for you. One is a comment that you have made. Well, actually, both are comments you have made. I'm going to pick up on two different, from different conversations of yours. One, you said you're not just a digital entertainment company, you're also the best data provider company. I want to understand what you mean by this. And the second was an interesting comment you made a while ago. Actually, I think I asked you in one of our earlier conversations about Indians' habit of, an average Indian, you said, picks up their phone 35 times a day, and for about 7 minutes each, and works out to 4 hours a day, and probably because they're bored, or I don't know what the reason is. But I'd like to understand what that means for you and your business, and for the overall e-commerce business in general.
Sure, Sunil. So on the data aspect, right, I think if you traditionally think about the media ecosystem and the media business, right, typically the content that is created is, coming from, the creator, right? What they like to create or what they would like to watch, right? Very little is being thought of from an audience insights perspective. So what that leads to is a very hits-driven kind of a setup where you release something, then you'll see whether it works or not. Even in the US, which is a much more kind of advanced ecosystem for media, you have, pilots that are actually being put out, pilot seasons of shows, for example, that are being put out. Then real time, you see whether they're doing well or not. And then basically the next season is reviewed or not, right? We are trying to turn this entire thing around its head, because what we believe is that, you only invest in something where, you have audience insights that it's actually going to work, right? And therefore completely increase your success ratio. So we, first of all, use the data for ourselves and our own creation process, right? So we are running a lot of inexpensive experimentations across our social handles, reaching millions of people. And then
explain what you mean by inexpensive experimentation.
So it can be like a poll on Instagram where the audience actually thinks of it as entertaining content, but we are getting data from it. It can be like a 30-second video. It can be like a 3-minute video, right? And a lot of other formats. We've also launched a whole market research survey product where, while on traditional, market research companies, you get like 400 people responding. With ours, you can get thousands of people responding right away. And again, going back, why do they respond? Because we are a loved brand. They love to watch our content. They love to interact with our channels. And so they are very happy to interact and respond. So everything kind of comes full circle. Now, this data is used for our own content creation, but also for the partners that we work with. So in fact, we worked with both the Vedantu and Mamaearth teams, on content in the past. And all the insights and ideas we are giving to any partners we work with are all data backed, right? And very ROI focused. So that is the whole play. And, we, for example, also have our own gaming app, Loco. So while there is a lot of that first party data that people, who have their own app, they are collecting. But at the end of the day, if you think about a YouTube, it is synonymous for like internet in India. The number of people on it are basically the number of, digital users is a superset, right? And so the cohort data that we get from there is also extremely valuable. So that was my entire point, where we only don't have one source of insight and data, but several. And that's used in our creation process and in every work that we do with every partner. On the other, question of the habit of Indians, right? Again, I think all of us are trying to solve problems and create real value at the grassroots. What from our interaction with people, they are actually bored. They want entertainment. They have free data. They have a smartphone. What to do on that, right? That's what they want. What should I do on this? How do I spend my time? So I think the core way in which we are designing our product is, how do you be extremely relatable to the last mile audience? How should they be able to see themselves in the content that we are creating? And secondly, how do we benefit the whole creator economy that's being created? So people are no longer just watching content passively, but people on the ground are also creating content, right? they're also putting out videos, they're putting out pictures, etc. That is all content being created. So how do we fuel that and help people monetize that? So starting from micro influencers to obviously very large influencers that we manage, how do we help them monetize, and how do we really help the creator economy boom? So I don't know if that really answers your second question, but
it does.
Consumption is happening throughout the day. Yeah.
I'm going to take a different perspective now for Varun. So two aspects to your question to Varun. One is that India is a highly price conscious market. And we do know, for whatever reasons, and I don't want to go into the supply chain and the whole system, as to the organic products at this moment are higher cost products. And your plan and your ambition is to open, 20 or 30,000 touch points and to have this, your brand and your products compete with literally the best in class across without any limitations. First, do you think for a pure organic product line, it's possible to compete with all? And two, how in such a short time do you plan to create this massive explosive growth in your outreach?
Sunil, first of all, I'll correct the taxonomy. We're a clean label brand, right? Not an organic brand in personal care. Organic is actually there is no certification of organic that is available.
Okay.
Right. Now, from a again our belief perspective, we think India is evolving from a price conscious to a value conscious market. Right? We've always been value conscious, but it's largely been seen as price conscious for a while. Right? But if you look at the evolved Indian, right, they're value conscious. Right? And if you're able to provide value for the price that you're charging, right, then they're willing to shell out that money to buy that product, right? So as a brand, what we always aspire for, doing is providing innovation, communication, and letting the consumer know what value are they getting when they're buying into that product, right? So that largely takes care of the price value equation for us. We are focusing more on value. Right? On the other hand, from a expansion perspective, it's actually been very welcoming, right? The way this whole proposition is shaping, the way consumers are looking at buying brands with our propositions. We are in fact already in 20,000 stores, right? And probably wanting to add another 50,000 over the 18-month period. Right? And we've done that by just investing in the brand, right? And ensuring that our awareness funnels and the communication of the proposition happens to as large a number of relevant audiences as possible through digital as well as now traditional mediums. Right? And secondly, by investing in talent. Right? I think finally it's to create a larger, great organization, you need great people. Right? And that's what we have been extensively investing in, right? Which has helped us to scale faster than even what we would have imagined earlier.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. So, Vamsi, you are considered a very aware and a conscious individual. I believe you do an hour of meditation a day, every day. Do you think that has any impact on the work that you do? And also since we're talking of the unicorns and the sunicorns, for benefit of the audience, sunicorns are those which are not yet unicorns, but are expected to become so in the not too distant future. That is the loose definition of the newly coined term sunicorns. Do you believe, well, not believe, let me ask you specifically, which are the sectors do you think which will produce unicorns which will be permanent in nature and which will be seasonal in nature or temporary in nature?
So on the first part, Mr. Sudhir, I try to do, the 1 hour is a more of an aspirational number, but definitely they are, doing more mindfulness. Yeah. So I think that really helps, because with all the, that whole attack of information, like, staying calm and at probably, at our level, the decision making has the highest impedance, right? So I think that really helps taking decisions. And yes, that's been working well. And I do talk about this with my leadership team as well. So yeah, so that's really something which helps me operate well. Yeah. On the second one, which is a very question, putting you on a spot, I don't really have an answer to that, which sector are sustainable or not. Let me just take a step back and say that, I fundamentally, personally, I don't really, like this whole PRization of the unicorns, decacons, and some new terms coming up. And all the founders I talk to also resonate with a very similar sentiment. I'm sure Varun and Aditi would agree to that. I think these are all yes, things which probably people, it helps in employee branding for sure, right? That I can tell you. And that's probably the only reason why I go out and we sort of talk about our funding and these things. But very honestly speaking, those are all more markers, more of an opportunity than an achievement. And I think it's very important for a founder to know that it is not that many people think of it you have arrived. It's not. It's more of an opportunity for you to create an impact. And I think when you create impact, it's solid, businesses you guys have built, solid top line, bottom line facts. That takes a long time. And I think the founders and the companies which have the tenacity to actually be there and think long term, sustain for long term, build companies, that last.
Thank you.
Are the ones which will be able to sustain.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you actually said this, because sometimes I get criticized for saying something very similar to this.
Sunil, can I just add one point to this?
I'm going to ask you this actually, and you can answer it alongside this, because you have come from a financial background. Too much emphasis has been made exactly on this point that Vamsi just made, on your having achieved a market perceived valuation. Please note the words I'm using: market perceived valuation of X number, X value, X dollars, X rupees, whatever it is. What about the actual business itself? Making them profitable, sustainable, giving returns to all the communities connected to the business. When do you think that will become the key or the most important part of these businesses? Or do you believe it never may?
So just to kind of take a step back, I think crazy things are happening in the Indian investing ecosystem, right? Those are good for the perception of Indian companies globally, of India globally, and of how fast this country can grow, right? And what is the big opportunity? And it's attracting money from all over the globe, which is great, right? So these are the good things about the unicorns and the decacons and the unicorns. Now, what is happening is even the private equity investors who erstwhile were looking at stable growth, revenue, EBITDA margins, etc., are getting so many of these fast growth, what is called non-linear growth opportunities, that everybody is actually just chasing those, right? So it's actually really changed even, I think, how any one of us would be talking about our business externally. How we used to talk about it before and how we are talking about it now. Because in a way you feel that there is a need to talk about it in the way in which the person in the front wants to hear about it, right? So I think there's a frenzy for sure, and I think the profit is being looked at as profit to be made on valuation versus profit to be made, within businesses itself. So to answer your earlier question in terms of the sectors, I mean, obviously we are seeing fintech, edtech, gaming, obviously, some D2C brands as well, getting very high valuations. But my whole point is that it can happen in any sector, as long as there's that non-linear growth possibility being seen, and as long as some investor kind of backs you, and then they all start backing each other, right? So it's kind of like it's like a viral loop almost. Coming back to the question that you asked me, at the end of the day, business sustainability, profitability is obviously of fundamental importance, right? And eventually, even if the frenzy continues or if the frenzy dies down, this will not go away, right? The fundamentals, the unit economics have to be extremely important, right? and how important the unit economics are at a gross level. And then, the other thing is how much you're spending on human resources and marketing, because actually a lot of the poaching is happening at the human resources level across sectors, right? And people are getting insane offers from other companies. And also the amount being spent on marketing and discount, that's actually below the gross margin level. Those things come, and that's where it gets tricky. So I think the fundamentals obviously will always have to stay with the company. And finally, even in a bear market, true value can be created if you're strong on fundamentals. The thing is, though, that you're asked to focus on just user growth maybe, and not revenue growth or profit growth. And then tomorrow, suddenly that focus changes. So I think all of us as founders have to really think about what we care about, right? And how we want to build our businesses, and kind of stay true to that, and not be very swayed by what the investor ecosystem is saying at that particular point. That's kind of how I would.
Thank you. I'm afraid we've run out of time. I did want to ask Varun about the evolution of his brand, which is a wonderful name, Mamaearth, even more than Derma Care, by the way. But we have run out of time. So all I'll say is just 2 or 3 comments. It's wonderful to see how different you all are and how similar you are at the same time in what you are trying to achieve, your aspirations, your methodologies, your goals, your brand building, your value system. It's fascinating to see this. I'm truly overjoyed. I sometimes think that the Indian startup ecosystem right now is like a Brownian movement with lots and lots of energy about it. And we do know that ideas are cheap. It is really and truly all about implementation. And implementation by its very nature in these kind of businesses requires transformation, which, by the way, is an acquired taste. It's not for everybody. So the faint of heart should not get into this. But those who have the aspiration, the hope, and the ability to see beyond their current means, for them, this is an absolutely wonderful, wonderful time where both the growth is accepted and failure has started to get accepted. I think that's the biggest and the most delightful change that I see taking place in India, even more than availability of funding, support, mentorship, etc. Is the social cultural change of accepting this, which is the real big shift that has taken place in India. It's like a tectonic shift, because for long, many of us used to say, this is what will hold India back. This is like our dead weight, but this is lifting, and I think this is an amazing, amazing time. So thank you all very much for this wonderful conversation, and it is truly informative. I just wish it could be longer. So thank you.
We thank all our panelists. Ji, sir.
And I was just going to thank Varun, Vamsi, and Aditi for this brilliant conversation, and Vineet for chairing this.
And thank you to you, Sunil.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manjal.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks to all our panelists,
Thanks,
and wish you all the best in your journey to be India's next unicorns.
Thanks.
Ladies and
Thank you so
gentlemen.
much.
Thanks a lot.
You guys, bye.
Bye.
With us as we are about to initiate our next session in a couple of minutes on the emerging world disorder. on the emerging world disorder, India's strategy. The poll question for the session is, India should offer economic assistance to Taliban regime in exchange for peace? Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? Please share. Please welcome on the stage Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, and Chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on IT, Mr. Claude Smadja, President Smadja and Smadja Strategic Advisory, and Professor Brahma Chalani, Professor of Strategic Studies, Center for Policy Research and Fellow, Robert Bosch Academy, Berlin, and Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Let's welcome all of them with a huge round of applause. May I request Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar to open the session with his introductory remarks.
Thank you. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, a Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, and Chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Information Technology, Professor Brahma Chalani, Professor of Strategic Studies, Center for Policy Research, and Fellow of the Robert Bosch Academy in Berlin, Dr. Claude Smadja, President, Smadja and Smadja Strategic Advisory, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have all of you with us today, and a very warm welcome to everyone who's participating in this session. This session is about an important matter of recent times, the growing disorder in the world, and India's changing place and role in it. Dr. Tharoor, it is a pleasure to have you join us today on the AIMA platform, and many thanks for agreeing to do this session. You're a former UN Under-Secretary General and a former Foreign Minister of India. You have seen geopolitical churns up close and have been personally involved in shaping India's global strategy and policies. You have been a proponent of using soft power to further national interest and preventing the use of hard power to persuade nations or to settle disputes. The current situation may be coming a full circle for you, since your very first book, Reason of State, was on the making of India's foreign policy. We are keen to know your prognosis of the geopolitical climax emanating from the ongoing developments, especially to the north and northwest of India. Thank you very much for joining us today, and a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you.
It's an invitation. Sorry.
Professor Chalani, it's a pleasure to have you, and many thanks for agreeing to moderate this session. You're one of India's foremost scholars and commentators on its security and foreign policy matters. You're a professor of strategic affairs at the premier think tank, Center for Policy Research. You've also done work with Harvard University, the Brookings Institution, Johns Hopkins University, and the Australian National University. You've been a part of India's Foreign Policy Advisory Group and the National Security Council. You've also written many books on strategic issues and are a regular contributor to global media on international security matters. Thank you for joining us, and a warm welcome to you as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Smadja, it's a pleasure to have you on this panel. You have been a friend of AIMA for a very long time and were one of our first guests in our online Leader Speak series, which we began last year. You've seen the world's political and business leaders in action at very close quarters. You led the World Economic Forum during the glory days of globalization and still advised many leaders and corporations on geo-economic matters, particularly concerning China and India. We'd like you to tell us where the world is headed on matters of territory, trade, technology, given that everyone is high on a cocktail of pride and paranoia. Thank you for joining us, and a warm welcome to you too.
Thank you so much for having me with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID period witnessed major upheavals in the geopolitical situation in the world, particularly in South Asia. And India has been forced to rethink its security situation and its strategic options. The chaotic retreat of the US-led coalition from Afghanistan, the immediate collapse of its sponsored regime, and the recapture of the country by the Taliban, these events have shocked and awed the world. Many consider it a decisive point in America's waning appetite and capacity to be the world's order keeper. With America wanting to go home, the world seems to be entering a phase of power struggle amongst the has-beens and the wannabe hegemons. Russia has been trying to regain its influence in the world. It has captured Crimea and practically split the Ukraine. It's also played a decisive role in the civil war in Syria and dictated the settlement of territory between Armenia and Azerbaijan. All this with token protests and sanctions from the US. China has been making countries in Asia, Africa, South America, and even Europe dependent and gaining influence on the world's trade routes on land and sea. And all this while, America has been preoccupied with domestic polarization over race, immigration, inequality, and climate change. Europe is beginning to show signs of recovering from the psychological damage of the Second World War, and its leaders are talking about regaining control of their trade and security policies from the US. With the US fading, there's no superpower left to broker peace or war and enforce any rules. In this vacuum, it's anybody's game, and most of the largest powers are acting on the awareness that they are on their own, and there is nobody to stop their adventures. This is the first time that modern India finds itself in a world where it has to make place for itself and find a role in international affairs all by itself. So we are very privileged to have a panel of outstanding experts on strategic affairs, and we can look forward to a very exciting discussion. It's now my pleasure to invite Professor Chalani to conduct the session. Over to you, Professor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kirloskar, for that excellent introduction. You've actually made my task much easier by both introducing the two speakers and also providing an overview of the subject. So I have little to add other than to point out that the title of the session is about the emerging world order, but Afghanistan developments impinge directly on the regional order, and the regional disorder is likely to affect international peace and security, because the fact that a terrorist militia now governs Afghanistan is a development that will certainly come back to haunt US and Western security. When history is written, historians will wonder how the US could hand Afghanistan to a group of medieval thugs. This terrorist militia has got not just a nation state, it has also been gifted troves of US-made weapons, helicopters, planes, and armored vehicles worth many millions of dollars, making the Taliban the first terrorist organization to acquire advanced air and land-based capabilities. So the implications of the terrorist takeover of Afghanistan for regional security, including for India's security in particular, are obvious. Let me get Sashi and Claude to weigh in on this issue. We have a very short session, only for 40 minutes. So I would request each of them to speak for about 5 to 7 minutes maximum, and then we can have an open discussion. Shashi is listed first, so may I ask Shashi to begin first?
Sure, Brahma, and since I haven't any prepared remarks, I thought I would have an exchange with you all, so it may be shorter, and if it's not, please interrupt me. My basic concern with what has happened, very simply, is that we are looking at not only a major setback, I believe, for our interests with the fall of Afghanistan to the Taliban, but some very serious challenges geopolitically in the region. And I'll explain that briefly and perhaps leave it to others to react. The first and most significant is, of course, our historical memory of the last time the Taliban were in power from 1996 to 2001, when the Islamic Emirate in that version was deeply and unremittingly hostile to us. At that time, we actually worked with the Iranians and the Russians to try and actually oppose them by providing arms and resources to Ahmad Shah Massoud's rebellion in the Panjshir Valley. But at the end, it was the American assaults in 2001 that finally cleared the way out of the Taliban government's removal. While they were there, we also witnessed the Kandahar hijacking, on which Indian civilians were actually killed on the tarmac of that airport and their bodies flung to that tarmac. And as we all know, we had to hand over half a dozen or 5 terrorists from Indian jails who went on to do terrible things. One of them was Maulana Masood Azhar, who was responsible in part for what happened on 26/11. Another was the gentleman who was responsible for the kidnapping and murder of Daniel Pearl. So historical memory, shall we say, is not particularly pleasant. And so far, the Taliban, despite some press statements to the contrary, have not shown much reason to believe they're going to be very different in Taliban 2.0. That is, that there was a time when, in the very first few days after the fall of Kabul, when we heard there would be an amnesty for all those who sided with the previous regime, when we were told that women will be able to continue to work. A woman newscaster even interviewed the principal Taliban spokesman and so on. But in the few weeks since then, in roughly a month since the fall of Kabul, we have seen not only that there was no amnesty, but that even the relatives of people who worked for the previous regime and for the Americans have been executed by the Taliban. We've seen copies of death sentences issued for the mere sin of being the brother of somebody who worked for the US Embassy. The very newscaster who conducted that interview, the female newscaster, has fled the country saying it is impossible for women to work. Women have been stopped from going to government offices, have been told that all the old restrictions about their being alone in private on the streets and so on are back. On top of that, as we know, the Ministry for Women's Rights has been replaced by the dreaded old Ministry for the Propagation of Virtue and the Prevention of Vice, which means that women's rights are back to exactly where they were 25 years ago. So in these circumstances, should India even hope that there is much to be gained from direct dialogue and cooperation with the Taliban? Well, we have invested $3 billion of our taxpayers' money into Afghanistan. We've done so for all sorts of rather lasting and valuable assets, ranging from the Zaran-Dalaram highway, which cuts across the southwest Afghanistan, the Afghan parliament, the Salma Dam, the very fact that Kabul has 24/7 electricity from Pune-Charkhi to Kabul is because our people strung up the wires that made it possible to bring hydroelectricity from the mountains. All of these things have been done by us, plus large numbers of girls' schools, women's hospitals, and so on, all of which, of course, are now assets for the Taliban. So one might like to think that we want to continue, having made that investment, we want to continue being involved. But the question is, what kind of reception would we get if we wish to be? And I personally don't think it was a wrong decision to pull the Indian ambassador and his staff out immediately as soon as we were able to do so. On the other hand, the larger ominous regional implications are the likely emergence of a China-Pakistan-Afghanistan axis. Last time around, China was relatively neutral, even slightly wary about the Taliban because of the supposed influence of Taliban extremism on the Uyghurs of so-called Eastern Turkestan, that is the Xinjiang province. Today, China is actively talking to the Taliban. There's direct reference to the possibility of exploiting mineral deposits. It seems that for some months before the Taliban won, the Chinese were already telling them that, look, we've put $90 billion into Pakistan. The largest single project in the Belt and Road Initiative is the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. We've put all our money in there. We don't want you to do anything that'll jeopardize that investment. At the same time, we'll make it worth your while because we'll come in and pour a few billion into your country in exchange for being allowed to exploit the mineral resources. And the Taliban, after all, have inherited a country whose government budget, as recently as the most recent government budget, was 80% financed by foreign assistance. And since the principal source of that assistance was the United States and the West, and they have now pulled out, I'm sure the Taliban would look with a great deal of interest for Chinese money. So China coming in, Pakistan, of course, is already very much enthralled to China. And now the Afghans apparently are in place as well. The Axis is going to be a genuine reality on our northwestern border. Allied to that is the problem that the last time around, Iran was directly working with us against the Taliban, especially after the killing of 11 Iranian diplomats in Mazar-e-Sharif, and the Russians were decidedly sympathetic to the Indian point of view on the Taliban and quite hostile to the Taliban themselves. Today, in 2021, neither is really true in the same way. The Russians are now essentially fellow travelers of the Chinese. They are far more likely to be attentive to Chinese interests than Indian in their present avatar. The statements made by their special envoy with the amazing name of Kabulov have been particularly contemptuous of New Delhi's interests and of India's role in Afghanistan. I don't really look to Russia now with a great deal of hope. And as for Iran, they now have a new hardline government in Tehran, which may have a great deal, much more sympathy for the kindred spirits ruling in Kabul than the previous government did, provided, of course, that the Taliban is different in one important way from the last time around. That is, they do not actively persecute Afghanistan's Shia minority. The Iranians have an interest in the well-being of the Hazaras, the Tajiks, and the Uzbeks. And if it turns out that the Taliban are pragmatic enough not to do very much to those minorities, Iran is unlikely to be a source of trouble. And in any case, last time around, the Iranians worked with us in backing Ahmad Shah Massoud. Ahmad Shah Massoud's son now is a refugee in Tajikistan. The Panjshir Valley is in the hands of the Taliban government. There is no significant resistance. So in short, I don't think we have too many attractive options. We have an implacably negative situation on our northwest frontier at the very time when the Chinese dragon is breathing fire and brimstone across the Himalayas on our northern frontier. And in particular, their behavior across right up and down the LAC has manifested what happened with the incident in the Galwan Valley last June, when 20 of our soldiers were killed, suggests that they are busy adjusting the LAC to suit their interests, and they will not hesitate to push their interests and put India in its place or rock India off balance whenever it suits them to do so. So this is a major challenge for Indian diplomacy in the months ahead, as well as for Indian security. I think Brahma will concur with me that we are not particularly well equipped to contemplate the prospect of military activity on two fronts, and certainly dealing with geopolitical hostility on two fronts is already going to be a fairly major challenge for us. I think on that sobering note, I might pause, Brahma, and I'm happy to come back with comments after we've heard from Claude and you. Thank you very much.
That was an excellent presentation, Shashi. Thank you very much. I think the fighting continues in the Panjshir Valley. So I don't think the resistance has been smothered fully. The Panjshir Valley has many sub-valleys, and I think both Ahmad Massoud and Amrullah Saleh are still in the Panjshir Valley. But obviously the odds are against them, and the Taliban have the Pakistani military assistance in their assault on the Panjshir Valley. But we can come back to that later. But let me turn to Claude now. Claude, it's your turn. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Let me follow up on what Shashi was mentioning. And first of all, let me say that I am delighted to be joining this session. And at the same time, I'm humbled by the fact that I am sharing the podium with two very bright analytical minds, yourself, Brahma, and of course, Shashi. So I will try to be up to the challenge. Number one, as I will concur with Shashi, this is a major strategic setback for India. Not only India is back to square one in Afghanistan after all the investment it made over the last 20 years, it is now back with a regime which, despite the fact that they say that they would like to have good relations with India, for the moment doesn't show many signs that they have in a way changed their mindset and their behavior for what it was before the American invasion. And it means that the terrorist threat, by definition, becomes a looming factor. In fact, let us say that to some extent, the jihadist threat has increased because now the jihadist has a very strong rallying narrative. Think about it. They have defeated one major superpower at the time, which was the Soviet Union. Then now they have not only defeated another superpower of the United States, but we have seen the kind of very humiliating, chaotic scenes of the last American soldiers living in a kind of shameful situation, abandoning the people who had worked with them, and even some American citizens on the ground. So even though some observers say that the Taliban regime might be now hesitant to harbor terrorists on their soil because they would be afraid of American retaliation, it remains to be seen if let us put it that way, the DNA of a regime, of the Taliban, will not prevail. And after a period of, let's say, quietness, we will not see a resurgence of many terrorist groups trying their hand to make some victories, either in the region, starting with India, of course, or outside the region, because many of these Taliban consider that they have a revenge to exact from the Western world. So this is point number one. So the situation for India on the terrorist front, on the relationship with a major strategic country for India, Afghanistan, has become very, very bad. Point number two, and I concur with Shashi, the big winners in that are China and Pakistan, despite the fact that we say that, of course, we have the Taliban Pakistan who are in Afghanistan, which might try to do something against Pakistan, but we know at the same time the ISI, the Pakistani ISI, will keep and have some very strong hand and influence with the Taliban regime in Pakistan. But in addition to the gains that Shashi has outlined for China, there is the rare earth opportunities for China to increase its quasi-monopoly it has on these strategic elements and other minerals that Afghanistan has. There is another aspect that the Afghanistan role and influence that China is gaining, and as you mentioned yourself, they were very clever to already prepare the ground way before the Taliban entered Kabul. What we see is that this will create major opportunities for China beyond Afghanistan to expand its role and influence all over Central Asia. And so India sees its two major adversaries or challengers, Pakistan and China, consolidating their situation, and to some extent, not only consolidating their situation where they are with their increased grip on Afghanistan, but even consolidating their relationship through the common victory or the common advantage gained in Afghanistan. But for me, there is a third point, which is very important, and on which I hope Indian strategists are thinking deeply. It is the lessons to be drawn about the US. I think we have seen and I will not speak only about Afghanistan, that this US administration is just a new version of America First under new clauses. We have seen that for this administration, in fact, they speak a lot. You have all the sanctimonious blah, blah about looking for partners. This administration is not looking for partners. They are looking for agents to their strategy of creating a united front in their Cold War, or even more than Cold War, against China. And who are these agents? These are middle power countries like Australia, like the UK, like India. And we see that when the time comes, when the rubber hit the road, the US could not care less about the interest of this adjunct element in its strategy. Maybe there are elements that I ignore, but India was kept completely out of the Doha talk with the Taliban during the Trump administration. The Biden administration that says that the withdrawal from Afghanistan will allow it to focus more on the China threat, quote unquote. But what about the setback and the weakening of Indian position toward China because of what happened and the way it happened in Kabul? What about the implications for India about AUKUS, the new defense alliance between the US, the UK, and Australia? And when you look about the Quad, the US has defense treaties with Japan and Australia. When you look at AUKUS, the US is a NATO ally of the UK and has a defense treaty with Australia. And when you look at these two things, where does India stand in all that? Completely isolated, completely isolated. And so the question that this creates, and we have seen the way America decides when it considers that its interests are at stake, when we see that this administration is the most protectionist US administration in the last 30 or 40 years, is the questions that India strategists should think about. Of course, they need the alliance with the US, but how far can India go in aligning itself with the US, given that what we are seeing is, again, as I said, an America first mindset and strategy under new clause and the new rhetoric?
Well, Claude, thank you very much for raising those very important points. Your clarity was outstanding, and I think you hit the right issues. Those issues need to be debated more widely in India. And the paradox is that at a time when the abject US capitulation to the Taliban in Afghanistan has compounded, if not compromised, India's security interests, at that very time, the Indian Prime Minister is now in Washington seeking to build an expanded partnership with the US. So you raise a fundamental question as to how far India should go in building a closer strategic relationship with Washington. But I will throw this open to the wider discussion, and there are already some questions from the audience. There is a question that I think everybody is asking is, why is the world silent to the atrocities that the Taliban are committing in Afghanistan? They are executing people. Taliban death squads are going door to door, looking for those who assisted the previous government. They are detaining and executing them, often executing them on the spot. You've seen videos of such executions. And yet isn't it ironical that amid all this talk about human rights, the world is silent, especially the Western powers? How do you explain this? Let me ask Claude and then ask Shashi, both. Why don't you go first, Claude, and then Shashi immediately after that?
I think you are raising a very good point, because what we see is the incredible in the way in which the Western world look at human rights, being very scrutiny-minded when it comes to certain countries about human rights, and looking the other side when it comes to other countries. I think the silence that we see at the moment is a reflection of the helplessness that we are, given the fact that the way the withdrawal has happened has, in a way, denied Western countries which have the ability to act, has denied them any lever, any capability of pressure against this regime. And as you mentioned yourself, let us not forget, these people have a very special mindset. To some extent, they are fanatics. They are fanatics. Even if you do sanctions against them, I don't think it will make them change their mindset or their behavior. It will be the people who will suffer, and the people will suffer, and to prevent them to revolt, the repression and the iron grip of the regime on the people, the terror will just increase. So I think we have created a situation where the helplessness that we have created in the Western world by the way things happened now in a way force us to be just helpless spectators. And this is why, for instance, you may remember the former defense minister of the UK being in tears, because he knows, they know, the NATO allies knew the consequences of the way the American withdrew, the Biden administration withdrew. And this is something which is very worrisome, because Biden was told about the implication of the way he wanted to withdraw by his advisors. He could not care less. And his point when he said that he would not risk the lives of American soldiers, by the way, there were no lives being at risk because there had been no American casualties for almost 2 years. He would not risk the lives for the status of Afghan women, tells a lot about the reality between the rhetoric of the Biden administration and human rights and so on and so forth, and the reality of their action.
Yeah,
Shashi, go ahead.
No, I was just going to concur with Claude fairly briefly that I think the silence of Western governments is essentially about the fact that if they get too loud, the immediate question will follow, what you're going to do about it. And not only are they not intending to do anything further about changing the situation that the world sees in Afghanistan, they don't want to be reminded of their transcendent failure the last time they tried. So, when you are not in a position to go in and redress a wrong, how does it help you as a government to declaim against that wrong very much? You try and avert your gaze. The public opinion, social media, mainstream media, they're all making the noise. It's not that there is total silence. We all know about all that's going on because there is reporting from them. But governments are relatively silent because, frankly, the situation in Afghanistan is a reminder of their impotence, their inability to do anything to redress the situation. If I may add a brief comment on what Claude said in his first set of remarks, not just on this one. And that is about the question of the Quad and the AUKUS, and now the question of what the significant options are for India vis-a-vis the US. I mean, I think that really our relationship with the US has much more to do, I mean, in this particular context, we have a long history, I'm not going into all that, but in the present context has to do with the fact that the US appears very clearly to have concluded that China is a major global strategic adversary that must be resisted. They're trying to accumulate more pawns on the chessboard and more other pieces on the chessboard to prevent the Chinese coming very farther down the path that they seem to be heading. We ourselves have been at the receiving end of Chinese misbehavior on our own territory, on our own borders, and therefore we find there is a common cause, a common interest. The Chinese want to stop the Chinese, we want to stop the Chinese, therefore can we be friendly with America? I don't think there's anything more profound than that. There are obvious limitations to that. The Quad has clearly been conceived as an Indo-Pacific partnership, and the Indo-Pacific is a body of water. It's a maritime focus. Whereas for us, while the maritime area is certainly valuable, and indeed if the Quad can be leveraged to help us increase our clout in the Indian Ocean and so on, great. But our principal direct challenge is actually a land-based challenge, and that is the challenge we face across the line of actual control in the Himalayas. And for the land-based challenge, we cannot count on any of the three members of the Quad to help us. Perhaps at best, we may get some intelligence cooperation. Might, if we wanted, get weapons, though that's not a big concern from the Americans. But the Australians and the Japanese are irrelevant to our land frontier with China, and the Americans are near irrelevant. We've already seen the limitations of how far the Americans would be prepared to go to help in situations far away from home. Certainly an America that has been sobered by the recent experience in Afghanistan and also sobered by Syria, Libya, and Iraq is not going to be particularly inclined to get directly engaged in a new India-China front in the Himalayas. I think we should have no illusions about that. I believe we don't. I think if I were to read the tea leaves in New Delhi carefully, I would say that the government of India is being particularly wary. You may have already seen the statements, Claude, yesterday, distancing India from the AUK-US discussion, essentially saying we have nothing to do with it, it has nothing to do with us. And I think the reason for that, very simply, is precisely that India has even seen the Quad much more as a shield than as a sword. I think we are shoring up our defenses against possible future Chinese encroachment rather than seeking to be part of a proactive strategy allied with the US to curb the Chinese. Now, that's my view. Others may have a different take on the matter, but for the moment, that's where I believe New Delhi is. Rama.
Well, thank you, Shashi. We have run out of time. There are a number of questions, including a good question on Pakistan. After all, behind the Taliban is Pakistan. It's Pakistan that has really won in Afghanistan with its proxy. There's also a question about the impact on American credibility and American standing in the world. The larger questions about Indian strategy, but we don't have time. In fact, it's already, it's 4:39. So I don't think I can afford to ask either Claude or Shashi to say anything because we'll go over time. So let me thank both Shashi and Claude for making excellent presentations and excellent points. I conclude the session and hand over to Mr. Kirloskar.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting session, and I personally did learn a lot. So we'll stop it right here then. Thank you very much, Shashi. Thank you very much, Claude. And
thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Professor Jalan, thank you so much for conducting this session.
Thank you very much. Thank you. for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the wonderful panelists for the very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to an end of yet another interesting session. Stay tuned as we have another important CEO session starting in another 4-5 minutes. Welcome back to another very interesting session. And before we go on to the session, it is time for us to recognize the efforts of our local management associations and announce the winners of the AIMA Best LMA Award for 2020-2021.
Welcome to the AIMA Best LMA Awards presentation ceremony. AIMA introduced these awards in 1988-89 to recognize the contribution and efforts of its local management associations towards creating institutional excellence and building management capability. The award jury this year was chaired by Mr. Harshavardhan Neotia. The other members of the jury included Mr. Vijay Thadani, Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Mr. Indradeep Singh, Mr. P. Dwarkanath, Mr. Krishan Kalra, Mr. Richard Reiki and Professor J.K. Mitra. Deloitte was the knowledge partner. We start with the Most Improved LMA Award for the year 2020-21. There are joint winners this year, and one of the winners is Calcutta Management Association.
Thank you, AIMA, for the award bestowed on CMA. It's really humbling to have received this award. If there's one thought which comes to my mind now, is of gratitude. Gratitude to all our members, patrons, sponsors, executive committee members, the academic institutions who partnered with us, and of course all the speakers, many of you who have come from AIMA. A big thank you to Amitabh Datta, the past president, Ramin Barua, the then director, and Anirban, the GM of CMA, who steered the ship through these turbulent days. This award only spurs us to do more in the field of management education, collaboratively with other LMAs and with AIMA as well. Thank you, AIMA, again for this award, and as I said earlier, it's really humbling to have received it. Thank you.
The other winner of the Most Improved LMA Award is Kerala Management Association.
Under President Madhav Chandran's innovative leadership, KMA adopted responsible management as a theme for the year and brought in inclusive and innovative initiatives such as Leadership Talk Series, Startup Conversation Series, Women Manager Forum Series, Masterclass Series, CEO Forum Series and MSME Forum Series, and combined it with regular panel discussions with leaders on contemporary topics. Added to this was the Digital Summit, the Business School Summit, the Memorial Lectures, the educational programs and the awards. All these were widely covered by professionally crafted KMA monthly news magazine that was circulated to all. The icing of the cake was KMA getting ISO certifications in the year. We thank AIMA for recognizing our endeavors to bestow us with the Most Improved LMA of the Year award. Thank you.
Under Category 4 of the Best LMA Awards, the runners-up award goes to Mamaearth Management Association.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Mamaearth Management Association, I express my gratitude and wholeheartedly thanks AIMA and the jury members of AIMA Best LMA Award for recognizing our activities and considering us as a runner-up in Best LMA Category 4. This is the second time we are receiving this prestigious award. Indeed, this is a result of phenomenal hard work of my team. I would especially like to thank and congratulate our past president, office bearer, council members, and members of MMA for their incredible support and trusting us. This award will only motivate us to achieve more in the future. At the end, I would like to say, Ye Dil Mange More. Thank you all.
The winner in Category 4 for the year 2020-21 is Jamshedpur Management Association.
Hello everyone, it's a matter of great pride, privilege and honor for Jamshedpur Management Association to having been adjudged as the Best Management Association in Category 4 for the year 2021. This award, Jamshedpur Management Association, is being given for the second time in a row. In addition, this year, Jamshedpur Management Association has also got a seat on the AIMA Council. All these recognitions only motivate us to do better and achieve higher results. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Executive Board and the management team of Jamshedpur Management Association to having achieved these results, and I'm sure they will, with their relentless effort, achieve higher results as we move forward. Thank you so much once again.
The next award is in category 3 and the runners-up award goes to Indore Management Association.
Namaskar. I, Sapan Shah, on behalf of Team Indore Management Association, take great pleasure and honor in accepting the runner-up award for the best LMA bestowed by the All India Management Association to us for the year 2021. I would like to thank the entire team at AIMA for their wholehearted support and guidance given to us throughout the year. We are looking forward to working more closely with the AIMA team in the current session and are striving to get back to the coveted top spot in our category for the current session of 21-22. Thank you, Team AIMA. Thank you very much.
The winner in category 3 for this year is Thrissur Management Association.
Thrissur Management Association is very much delighted and honored to receive the Best Management Association Award from All India Management Association for the year 2020-2021 under category 3. This is the second consecutive year TMA is getting the awards from AIMA. So far, TMA has got 5 awards from All India Management Association. TMA is grateful to all the members of TMA, managing committee members and core committee members and secretariat of TMA for achieving this prestigious award. TMA is also grateful to the office bearers of AIMA and the secretariat for the support and guidance to achieve this award. Thank you.
The next award is in category 2 and the winner is Kerala Management Association.
Thank you, AIMA, for this great honor of choosing KMA as the best LMA of the year. KMA has been continuously trying to engage our members with innovative events of diverse topics of contemporary relevance and thereby keeping them connected, updated and remain positive in spite of the challenging times that we are going through. The Best LMA Award comes as a recognition to our initiatives and I am so thankful to all our officials and the Secretariat team for their untiring efforts to make KMA continue to remain relevant and meaningful. This award will motivate us even further to remain focused and be supportive to the management fraternity of our state of Kerala. Thank you.
The last award of this session is the Best LMA Award in Category 1. The winner of this coveted award for the year is Madras Management Association.
Shri Harshpati Singhania, President, All India Management Association and distinguished members of this House. On behalf of the Managing Committee of the Madras Management Association and its members, I am indeed delighted to accept All India Management Association's Best LMA Award for the year 2020-21. I am thankful to All India Management Association and the distinguished members of this jury for bestowing this honor upon MMA once again. This award conferred on MMA for the year 2020-21 is another significant milestone for MMA, more so in a situation where the contagion has been raging across the planet. This award excites us and inspires us to perform with sincerity and dedication to propagate the study of management across the rank and file of this great nation. I dedicate this award to all the members of MMA and to the perseverance of the MMA Secretariat led by Group Captain Vijay Kumar, but for whose untiring efforts such a coveted award would have been beyond our grasp. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the award presentation ceremony. Congratulations once again to all the winners.
Initiate the session on navigating the great disruption, getting on top of complexity. Let us welcome on stage Mr. Rajiv Kaul, Chairman, Nico Engineering Services Limited, Mr. Harshavardhan Neotia, Chairman, Ambuja Neotia Group, Mr. Sudhir Jalan, Co-Chairman, Rieter India Private Limited, Mr. Nikhil Sane, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, and Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor, and Writer and Author, India Automated. Before I invite Mr. Rajiv Kaul to deliver his introductory remarks, the poll question for the session is, CEOs will kill remote work as soon as they are allowed to. Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? May I now request Mr. Rajiv Kaul to open the session with his introductory remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and welcome to this afternoon session on navigating the great disruption. We've been living through one disruption after the other, but the biggest disruption that we've seen after the Spanish flu 100 years ago was today's pandemic. And in this session, we will be looking at a perspective from various CEOs in different fields, right, to find out what are the common threads at the macro level, if any, between the corporates in handling and tackling this large challenge, how technology can help us prepare for the future being a nice, bright one, or indeed in the shorter term, the future being a third wave or fourth wave or fifth wave, depending on which part of the world you live in. But that we will be hearing from the speakers. Basically, I would just like now to briefly say a few words on each of these speakers. To begin with, we have a truly outstanding moderator in Pranjal Sharma. He is a leading thinker on various verticals, be they economic, be they technology, including artificial intelligence, including augmented reality, and of course, the most simpler things in the, what should I say, ITES vertical in totality. Besides all this, he is also an expert on geopolitical economic affairs, and as I said, a tremendous thinker. So welcome to you, Pranjal. We have also with us Mr. Sudhir Jalan, who is in fact a very dear friend of mine for perhaps over 40 years. And I remember 35 years ago, he was very instrumental in being my friend, philosopher, and guide in navigating me through my very early years in chamber life when I became the vice president of Indian Chamber of Commerce, which was under personally very difficult circumstances. In him, we have the ability of him to set up a small-scale steel industry, convert it into a platinum steel plant, and today when gold is even more expensive than platinum, to convert it into a gold steel plant, encash it, and then help as an angel investor many young people to move ahead in life. Sudhir, a warm welcome to you to this session as well. May I move to another friend of mine, a much younger person, but a very dynamic person. He is a tall personality indeed. I think over 6 foot, well built. But when I say that in a lighter vein, because he, like the others on this panel, has incredible number of strengths. He has design in his blood, be it the building of hospitals, be it in the hospitality sector where he builds truly outstanding hotels, restaurants, and recreation centers, or be it giving a wonderful living space for people to stay in. Harsh, it's really a pleasure to have you, a person who believes in true excellence in whatever you do, on the panel with us today. Last and not the least, certainly, we have my very dear young friend, Nikhil Sawhney. Nikhil, to me, what should I say? You're a young nephew who's turned out to be a truly outstanding corporate leader at a dynamic young age. You're leading in the technology field. You're leading this technology field in terms of exports of high tech from India to global markets. And you are, in another couple of years, going to be at the helm of AIMA, taking us from strength to strength. So let me welcome you, Nikhil. And with these words, let me hand back to the tremendous thinker and my dear friend, Pranjal Sharma. Over to you, Pranjal.
Fantastic job of introducing us, but I think it also is important that I introduce you as one of the leading industry, thinkers. I would say you're as much as a thinker and a doer. I mean, just be a thinker, but you're actually a doer. And I think you have guided some of the most important industry bodies in the country, and therefore I think your role in guiding the country's industrial growth path should not be ignored at all. I think the last 18 months have obviously been difficult for everybody, but my request to the three speakers would be to dive into their own experience and help us understand what are the various milestones and the markers that they use to be able to navigate their organizations. A lot of decisions had to be taken, which were difficult decisions. At the same time, some of their deepest experience had to be applied in a new way. The real test of a leader is how he or she responds to a situation in a way that does not have a precedence in many ways. So I'll request Harji to begin and share his thoughts, and then of course I'll come to Sudhirji and Harji, over to you.
Thanks, Pranjal. Thanks, Rajiv Bhai, and warm welcome to Sudhirji and to Nikhil. I happen to be involved in all the sectors that was the worst impacted by this COVID. In fact, in the first 15 days of the first wave of COVID, I was absolutely in a state of shock because we are in real estate, we are in healthcare, we are in hospitality. And all the three sectors bore the brunt of it since none of them could work without human contact. And the lockdown obviously caused the disruption, but one could see that the sentiments of people were such that they would not easily go out to malls, they would not go to restaurants. Funnily enough, though we had a health crisis, we were not a COVID hospital, we are essentially in the other activities. Our occupancy in our three hospitals does somewhere between 80-85% normally. Within 15 days, our occupancy had fallen to something like 30 to 40%, even in hospitals. And this was simply because any elective surgery was postponed. The doctors were avoiding hospitals and so were patients. Construction was stopped, malls were stopped, hotels were stopped. So clearly it was a very difficult situation, and obviously, thankfully, it didn't pan out to be as bad as I imagined it to be. So we survived, and I'm still here smiling and talking to you. Otherwise, the situation was really very, very grave. Now, my first thought, to be honest, was that if I'm feeling so stressed, we employ collectively a little over 5,000 people in all our three verticals. I said, what about these people? They would be really under a lot of pressure and stress. Now, we had to take some decisions like ask people who are on temporary basis, particularly in the hospitality space, to be on furlough. We had to ask some of our senior team members to take up not a cut, but at least a deferment of pay. Actually, we were taking some decisions not knowing how things will evolve. But my keenness was three things. Number one, let us protect as many, or in fact, if possible, all the jobs. Number two, let's create some kind of a infrastructure to take care of everyone's health. And therefore we set up quarantine facilities for our staff family. Many of them live in small places together with a number of family members. What if anyone gets COVID? We set up a helpline using our medical infrastructure to see that we could reach their families in case they had difficulty. We used our hotel kitchens to start serving food on a free basis to the needy people. And we used some of our hotel premises as quarantine and incubation centers. So this is really the first outreach that we did. With God's grace, after the first few months, things started looking up, and we have been able to recover. The way I looked at it is that when you hit with a crisis like this, I think the primary focus has to be on seeing to sustain the motivation of the team and to see that they don't really collapse. And they have far lesser resources than we have. So it was important to ensure that, we told them that we are in it together. And while you might not have your full pay, we'll make sure you don't lose your job, and we'll make sure that you have enough to keep the family going. Thankfully enough, the cuts that were taken at that time could be in all our sectors, except a part of it in hospitality, were able to be paid back already. And in hospitality also, I hope that as soon as things get right, we will be able to, the deductions that we have made, we will be able to make good. Of course, we took measures drastically to cut costs. We didn't realize how much flab we had put on in the system, and that it was a good opportunity to do that. And finally, what was important, which is came out of a difficult situation, was that we got a lot of time to reflect, not just for me, but also for my senior team. And everyone, I thought, came back into the organization with some new ideas and some new suggestions, which probably in the din of day-to-day activity and all the other stresses, we were probably unable to think so clearly. So while there was a lot of pain, there was also some silver lining behind this pain. And I think collectively we somehow managed to be around. We are still not fully smiling. My smile is half because we have just about been able to survive from not getting into deep trouble. But we still have a long way to go to recover the difficult situations that we walked into. But I at least see the end of the tunnel. I see that there is optimism. And now that vaccination is gaining momentum, I also sincerely hope, and I do believe that the third wave, if it comes, may not be as severe and perhaps not as difficult as the first and the second. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Arji. I think the two key points you made are very valuable. To take a decision when you don't know what's going to happen next is really driving the blind. And therefore, I think experience, gut instinct, and at least a moral compass to be able to take a decision in the right direction is very important. And that moral compass is reflected in your point when you said that we have to protect as many for as long as possible. And I think that is probably a very important marker of leadership. Sudhirji, I'd like to come to you about your experience. And, how did you lead your group through this?
First of all, thank you, Rajiv, for the very flattering words. Very kind of you. You do that all the time and embarrass me no end. Thank you, Pranjal, for giving me this opportunity. I will take a slightly different approach. We'll come to the individual thing perhaps in the second session. I will start by lightening the mood. See, we had a 1.5 days of exhausting session. So probably I'll start with a story. And a story of Akbar Birbal. It's strange, you may say. Once upon a time, when Akbar was sitting in his court, he had a Diwane Khas and the Diwane Aam. Diwane Khas, he called all the people. There was a period of intense famine going on, and all the Diwane Khas people were feeling very happy. We have a very good year. We are making a lot of money and we are paying high taxes. Then he shifted to Diwane Aam, and there suddenly came at the end of the session a lot of people crying that we have no crops, we are dying, we have nothing to look after ourselves medically or even physically. True enough, he didn't know what to say, and the time was getting over, so he asked Birbal. And as usual, he said one sentence: "This too will pass." To me, that is a lesson. The COVID-19 and the pandemics and all of this will come and go. We have to keep our spirits up. Change is something which is bound to happen. We have to embrace it. Anyone who wants to fight change will be totally thrown away. If you have recollect the famous book of Alvin Toffler when he wrote on Future Shock about 50 years back, he said most people find it very difficult to embrace change when it comes to at a very fast speed. But it is taking technology itself is a great leveler that way. I think a subject which Pranjal is very familiar with. Today already we can see fossil is being replaced by renewable energy. You can see combustion engine being replaced by battery. You will see hydrogen biofuel will replace, and biofuel will replace aviation. So change is coming and will come at a faster pace. We have to accept this and flow with it and use this technology and the future technologies to cope with problems like COVID and other disruptions which may come. I'll use another minute to say that today's technology is changing so fast. Most of our generation were accustomed to using better technological hardware, better machines, second generation, third generation. Slowly, hardware is giving pace to software. And today, software is everywhere. It's the dominant field. But remember that within a few years, you'll probably see a quantum gem and artificial intelligence will throw software out. Software will be a small part of the whole thing. So the change is coming. Change will come. And COVID has only told us, be ready to accept the change. Flow with it, go ahead of the curve and beat it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhirji. I think that the last phrase of yours is critical. Technology, of course, is an enabling tool in a platform, but the real question is, how do you stay ahead of the curve? Nikhil, this is a question, therefore, to you in terms of the Triveni Group and as the leader for the operations. What is the thing that you're doing today differently, which you perhaps did not even think of 18 months ago?
Thank you, Pranjal. Firstly, thank you for having me on this panel, and very warm hello to all my seniors here, and especially to Mr. Kaul. Thank you for your very kind words. Pranjal, many things have changed over the course of the last 18 months. Of course, the COVID exacerbated the digital disruption that was incumbent anyway, but it's hastened it and it sped it up. But more than that was a realization of actually how we should operate on a more agile basis. And that translated onto different factors through our processes, not only on our balance sheet to be actually more asset light, but to also allow for greater dynamism and therefore flexibility, but also in individual decision making. As COVID hit in the group, we have certain businesses which were considered essential at the outset, such as our sugar business and our water business. But some of our engineering businesses, we had to struggle to actually have them defined as essential because we did have commitments not only to customers in India, but to customers internationally. We export over 60% of our product, and therefore to be able to maintain a degree of commitment to our customers, it was extremely important to be able to transform ourselves very quickly. borders were shut down in many parts of the world, and we weren't able to deliver not only our products, but services that were necessary for us to be able to complete our commitments. And when we look at what happened over the course of the next several months, we empowered the teams to use the tools that would allow them to deliver their service or product to the customers. And this led to a greater degree of adoption of digitization, to the extent that we had commissioning engineers who were sitting in Bangalore wearing in our data control center with customers at site wearing augmented reality goggles, commissioning turbines, which are multi-million-dollar products in $100 million plants. And very frankly, we were able to do this with the support of everyone within the ecosystem. We needed the customers to cooperate. We needed our vendors to cooperate. And of course, the employees to be resilient and flexible in the way that they operated. The innovation that has actually come about through this process has allowed us to be more confident of change in the future. We believe that the tools exist within the system, but we have to be able to empower our employees, our vendors, and our subcontractors to be able to make the most of it. And I think, as Mr. Jalan also said, there are many disruptions along the way. Digitization has been pushed to the forefront right now. We have several others which are impending. Climate change is going to be disrupted and will probably be used as a means of trade barriers in certain cases. And so we need to be aware of what our surroundings are and on what basis decisions are getting taken, both geopolitically as well as within society. And to be able to function as a company, to be able to adhere to our commitments to our customers and use the tools to basically ensure sustainability of business practices as well as a continuity of business operations.
Thank you, Nikhil. This brings me to a question which I want to request all three of you to address. Based on the experience of these few months, what is the one thing you would like to recommend and advise to your own organization and to Indian industry on being prepared for managing volatility and unprecedented sudden systemic shocks? What should a company do? You talked about business continuity, Nikhil, and that's a very, very important piece. We often talk about resilience, but in practical terms, what does it mean? So I'll request Harshi to speak, and then Sudhirji, and Nikhil. So what should an organization do to build structural resistance to be able to manage such shocks, which could perhaps be stupid or other? But the point is, are we prepared for that?
Pranjal, before I answer that, I just want to raise one issue, which is potentially an important fault line that is going to be in front of us. As we have seen, while this digital acceleration has happened, there's also been a new kind of division that has come between the organized sector of business and the unorganized sector. This fault line, to me, was always there, but it has deepened into a chasm which is almost frightening. While we see headline numbers of our country's growth, our foreign exchange reserves, the Sensex, and a host of other indicators showing a robust pickup, recovery, in fact, growth and success, there is also a major dislocation of lives and livelihoods, and particularly of jobs, of income, of the marginalized, the poor, the urban poor particularly, and also of those in the informal sector who were not so-called in the banking net or in the formal sort of recognition parameters. We need to understand that while we are minding our own business and we are looking at strategies for combating, we have to be acutely aware that this is a potential problem area, maybe slightly hidden because the COVID is causing a lot of people to still be reticent. But sooner or later, God willing, COVID will be behind us, and we will have a very, very major issue staring in front of us. I think when you talked about us being prepared for this eventuality, I think it's about this, which is not exactly within the organization, but in our neighborhood, in our larger ecosystem, we will be faced with this disparity, which will come in some way to cause grief to us, unless we are able to address it. Now, I think a lot of good work has happened in terms of transfer of money, in terms of food and ration, in terms of healthcare benefits. I only see all these getting accelerated further as the distress deepens and people come to realize it. So clearly there will be ultimately pressure on the exchequer. Maybe we will need to cough up more in terms of taxes or levies or what have you, to see that this part of our brethren who have been particularly hurt are able to survive and exist. So clearly to me, that is a challenge, not directly in the organization, but in our ecosystem, in our economy, that we will need to learn how to grapple with.
Thank you. I think that's a very valid point, and again, that reflects the moral compass that you have in terms of making sure that business is inclusive, and the responsibility of inclusivity is not just on the government, but it will have to be a collaborative effort. Sudhirji, your thoughts?
Yeah. You asked a question, Pranjal, in your first outing as to what exactly did we do. Now, this differed from industry to industry. In food processing, it was different. In engineering, it was different. In finance and investment, it was different. So I'm not going to each one that way, but the broad principle which I would lay down. First was lead from the front. I took a very unusual step. The first lockdown took place, if I remember right, on 8th of June 20. I personally was in office on 15th of June 20, even though I was 75 plus, because I felt I could not ask my people to be critical people to be in office till I am there. Second, we made it very, very convenient for them to receive all the facilities. We said, we will send you cars. So I used our domestic cars. Yeah, everywhere we used to come to office only in cars, no public transport. Third, those who were not coming, workers or anything, full pay, no deduction at any cost. Then the three things which are very important, think ahead of, in these times, finance may become critical. You must have adequate fallback. For how do you maintain the supply chain? Because without the supply chain, whatever you may like to do, you can't do anything. And remember that you yourself are part of a supply chain to your customer. So to see to it that you provide his need one way or the other, even if it means more shipping costs, more logistic costs, see to it and look at it long term. And overall, I feel with these 5-6 principles, we came out reasonably well on top after the COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhirji. There are two questions we've got on opportunities, and perhaps, Nikhil, I can come to you on those. One is, while we've seen a lot of disruption, and that is well articulated, have new opportunities arisen where an organization can say, well, this may have collapsed, but something new is a new, either a business opportunity or a new way of doing business, or perhaps reorganizing your group. Are there positives which companies can lean on?
Most definitely, Pranjal. I think firstly to concur with what Mr. Jalan said, from a supply chain perspective, before I answer your question, you are only as strong as your weakest link in a supply chain. So if one aspect of a supply chain is not able to supply, you cannot supply onto your customer. So having said that, your approach towards the societal needs, etc., has to take the same view. You are only as strong as the ecosystem in which you work. So you have to be compassionate and have to look at the problems that exist beyond your walls as well. But having said that, the business opportunities have been immense. The speed of adoption of digitization and the belief by customers to be able to take decisions on those platforms or through data provided by those platforms has been something very encouraging. And so it has opened up different aspects of business models and different revenue streams. Specifically for us on the aftermarket or the servicing side, it has been a challenge for us to get data from customers through sensors in the past because of data security. Now, given the level of sensors that are available, this fear has been mitigated to somewhat of an extent, which had allowed us to provide greater value to our customers, which has instead provided, which has now enabled us to have a completely new business stream of digital services, which we overlay as an engineering company. And we find this extremely encouraging. More than that is also the adoption of something that Mr. Jalan said about AI in the learnings of different business processes that we have. Specifically for our R&D, we find big data and management of artificial intelligence through the data set that we have allows us to come up with newer and better products, which we have already launched into the market and which our customers are seeing the benefit of right now. So they are distinct advantages of digitization which have happened in terms of efficiency, but also newer business models and revenue models that have been created out of it. Of course, everyone knows the entrepreneurial ecosystem in India and how that has really flourished under COVID. And so I'm sure that many of the participants here would also have equal ideas, and I encourage them to go forward in a sure manner.
Thanks, Nikhil. And Harji, the same question to you, that you mentioned that you were in the 3 or 4 sectors which were most hard hit by the pandemic and the lockdown. But today, do you see opportunities which may be pleasant to you? And are there, you mentioned there's light at the end of it. So how do you see these opportunities, and what's the best way to make the most of them?
So interestingly, in the hospitality sector, we've seen that there has been a pickup in the resorts. And the domestic high net worth individuals who are normally not going to Indian resort destinations because they would prefer to travel overseas have now found the opportunity to travel within the country, which is good news for us because our hotels were not able to attract those kind of customers earlier because they, found it very, very easy to just take a flight and go somewhere. Now the traveling itself has become such a pain that, the Indian hotels have started suddenly improving. That obviously is not the case with city hotels, though some amount of recovery happened because of staycations. People have got so tired of staying at home that they've started going to a hotel in your own city just to spend a weekend. So those are new opportunities which have come up. On the real estate side, what we have seen is, and that's not just because of COVID, but for a series of new changes that have happened in the regulatory regime, credible builders have got a boost in their buyer profile as well as the traction of the buyer. So I do see, in fact, even home buying has become very, very important. The millennials used to tend to be a little nomadic. They rather preferred to hire a place than to own one. But the pandemic has made a reset in their thinking. And now they feel they need at least one space which they can call their own to actually go to in case some event like this were to come. Actually, for all of us who are born after India's independence, we haven't really faced a crisis of such proportions. And this is the first time we are facing something which has really shaken us in a way that probably no other event has shaken. So I think a lot of reset has happened in the way we think, the way we think about the future, the way we want to deploy our resources, the sense of security, etc., many of which has impacted house buying in a positive manner.
Thank you. I think we have a couple of interesting questions coming from the audience. I'm going to pick those up. One is, and perhaps, I can request Rajiv also to weigh in for his experience. Rajiv, there are 2 connected questions, and I'll request you to address it. One is about, missed opportunities. How do you cope with that? And also the fact that the loss which has occurred in the last few months, is there a way that, the lockdown is in some way a mixed opportunity? We had growth plans for 2021, but those growth plans went out of the window. But at the same time, the loss is there a way, is there an approach through which such opportunities which were missed or the loss which has been incurred, can that be recovered? Is there a way out, or should we just write it off and move on?
Yeah, I think there are two things. I don't think one should ever look at really a missed opportunity. That's a bit of a misnomer because I remember my father telling me when I was running for a bus to catch a bus in London, he blew the horn, and normally you don't blow the horn in London. And he called me back and he said, son, you must remember one thing, that if you miss this bus, 3 or 5 minutes later, the next bus will come. So don't rush. There's always another opportunity going to come in your life. Having said that, that perhaps is a slightly lighter vein, but in a way it's true because I've seen many opportunities come my way. Very often I've taken those opportunities and then, it was an incorrect or hasty decision or impetuous decision. So opportunities need to be thought through very, very clearly. But let's look at it from the point of view of the pandemic, because your latter part was also, what do we need to do now, which will enable us, to, in a way, as Harsh said, smile and smile even more. And I think the important thing over there is to stay in the business, to survive in the business. And, one of our businesses is very, very similar to Harsh's business, which is the theme park industry. Now, there, we were perhaps worse off than anybody because we were asked to shut. Shut means zero income. And in the first instance, it was, I think, a 7-month lockdown, complete lockdown in our state for our business. And that's on one hand. The other hand, you're paying salaries and wages, etc. So you really know how to cut costs. And all the fat that, again, Harsh said this, you realize there's so much fat that you're carrying without realizing it. So you cut that all out. And by doing so, you strengthen yourself. And by strengthening yourself, when you revive, the same effort you've done in putting the savings help you to get stronger and stronger and come back in an even stronger way in the future. Thank you, Pranjal.
Thank you.
You're not supposed to bring me in, huh? I'm supposed to just leave it with you. But
I'm also thinking out of the box and doing things which should not be done. So, Sudhirji, you talked about you talked about logistics. One question we have is about the whole concept of just-in-time inventory. Many companies seem to be doing stuff. Do you think a new model would emerge on this?
Before that, I want to answer your first question about missed opportunity. I think we should never think of missed opportunities. We should think of opportunities ahead. You reinvent your needs. For example, I'll give you 2 instances in our own industry. One, we are in food processing industry, and 90% of our products were exported. Now, during COVID, it was almost impossible to export most of the things here, and our customers being in US and Europe and UK, they're not ready to take things because they would not be able to put it on the shelves of the malls. We had to reinvent ourselves. One, look at the domestic business and also reinvent your products. We came up with culinary products like ready-to-eat sambar, ready-to-eat dal, curries, dosa wheat, like this, so many things which have come. And they have become a very big part of our production now. So it was an opportunity come out of a block. So one has to look at it. Like in our finance business, where we saw that we could not lend because there was no takers who were risk worthy. So what did we do? We reinvented ourselves into PE, private investors. And we invested in many companies which have become unicorns or unicorns, and they're giving multiple returns far better than a finance business. So you have to look at things with an aggression and change the whole dynamics.
That's a good thought. We have about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to ask the final question to Nikhil, and then we'll wrap up. And the work from home concept is much discussed, but where are we headed now, Nikhil? The question are that will we see a hybrid model? Do we think that requesting the teams to return to office is a good idea? What do you think could emerge, or will there be different models emerging?
I think different models will emerge, but I think everyone has had a somewhat pleasant experience on work from home in some manner or the other. Some businesses which require physical presence will, of course, will need people physically present on site. Manufacturing needs people to be physically present to manufacture. Hospitality needs physical people to be present to serve and to service customers. But I think that to the extent that what COVID has taught us is a real examination of priorities and to change and disrupt the business processes within companies itself. For us, I think it would mean that we have a greater appreciation of the responsibilities that employees can put on themselves to achieve their own targets. And so therefore, as long as incentives are aligned towards the ultimate outcome, we believe that those individuals and those business processes can have a certain degree of flexibility in terms of working from home and not. Unfortunately, it's not a carte blanche solution. And I think that for us, we will have to feel our way as to how we go about doing it. And I believe that ultimately what it would lead to is a greater degree of empowerment and responsibility to our employees and our stakeholders. This would apply equally as much to our vendors and subcontractors, because they need to have the same philosophy to be able to provide us with the products for our supply chain in the quality and the time that we require it.
But will this impact the culture and the core of the organization? If we are using,
I think it will. I think it will. I can see many different ways in which people are functioning from a work from home basis. It really irritates me when I have video calls with people and they have their videos off. That is something that we highly discourage within the organization. But sometimes with external meetings, you can't help it. But I think that degree of transparency is also necessary, and that is something that we lack in this virtual interaction. There's certain unsaid, certain things that are unsaid which you can take in from interacting with people, which I think is necessary in terms of forming relationships and for the longevity of those relationships. But I think that definitely the culture will change, but I think it will change for the better. And we will come out with something that will allow us to be more sustainable in this new age for the future.
Thanks, Nikhil. We'll end here unless if any of you would like to make share a thought on what Nikhil said.
We have to be just in time.
Right. So, with that, I'll request that we end the session. We could discuss this for, I think, another hour at least. But the fact is that one clear leadership lesson that we have been able to get and garner from this discussion is that, one, you have to have empathy and a focus on who the team is and how you work out with it. Several opportunities are emerging, which means that leadership have to be attuned to making the most of those opportunities, which means that you may have to tweak your business models and perhaps let some people go and go to completely new ideas. And finally, I think the key lesson is also that employees are stakeholders, and now organizations have to ensure that while they are empathetic, employees also have to bear the responsibility of the success of an organization. And perhaps the relationship between the organization and the employees could be closer, which can perhaps build greater respect. So with these, I'd like to close the session and thank the speakers for sharing their views. I'd like to hand it back to AIMA.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for conducting the session, and thanks to all the panelists for sharing your insights on how to navigate disruption and complexity. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned as we start our next session with the indomitable Kabir Bedi in another 5 minutes. and gentlemen, welcome to a fireside chat on You Can't Make This Up, Life and Time of Kabir Bedi. Let's get a dose of entertainment by welcoming on virtual dais Indian actor, the indomitable Mr. Kabir Bedi and Mr. Vikram Chandra, founder, Editorji Technology.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lovely welcome. Looking forward to the session.
The poll question for the session is, Kabir Bedi is the best Indian export ever to the Western entertainment industry. Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? Please share your views. I would now request Mr. Srinivas Tempu, Vice President AIMA and Chairman Tempu Group of Companies, to open the session with his introductory remarks.
Thank you, and a very warm welcome to our esteemed guest and keynote speaker for today's event, Mr. Kabir Bedi, who's an international actor, Bollywood icon, and now also an author. His book has become very famous, The Stories I Must Tell. And I think we will get a lot of insights as Vikram speaks to him later on. My friend Vikram Chandra, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to have all of you with us, and a very warm welcome in a special session with one of the global icons of cinema and an actor who I admire deeply, Mr. Kabir Bedi. I have been given the pleasant task of introducing him, though I don't think he needs any introduction, not only amongst the viewers here, but all across the country. He was one of the pioneering Indian actors who ventured into American and European films and theater. Also, he was not confined to playing Indian characters in Western productions, and he did starring roles in both film and theater. Before Om Puri and Irfan Khan came on the scene, he was one Indian star who straddled Hollywood and Bollywood with equal ease. Those amongst us of certain vintage would remember him as one of the 90s stud brigade of Hindi cinema, who ventured into mold-breaking films and set a new trend in portrayal of machismo on Indian screen. He made his debut in the same film as Zeenat Aman, the quirky O.P. Ralan thriller Halchal. He went on to make a big impact in Raj Khosla's Kacche Dhage and Mahesh Bhatt's debut film Manzile Aur Bhi Hai. He looked beyond Bombay for glory and found fame in countries like Italy, where his TV series Sandokan became a rage. Hollywood followed, and he performed alongside Michael Caine, Omar Sharif, and Rex Harrison in Ashanti. He made a global splash playing the chief henchman of the villain in the 83 Bond movie, Octopussy. He returned to Hindi films with a bang in the year of 1988 with a blockbuster Khoon Bari Mang, and recently was seen in Timangshu Dhulia's film Sahed Biwi or Gangster. A consummate actor, he has proved his histrionics beyond the camera. He has portrayed some of the most iconic characters on stage, including the likes of Tughlaq, Othello, and Shah Jahan. He has been a successful actor on the global theater circuit. He's an actor with social and political intelligence, and he regularly writes for the print and digital media. He's also known for his spectacular life and lifestyle, which have brightened the humdrum lives of the masses for decades. And now he has chosen to set the record straight through his book, The Stories I Must Tell, and he told his story himself. We are delighted to have you, Mr. Kabir Bedi, with us today for a candid conversation on your life, beliefs, and opinions, and beyond the films. We are pleased to have my friend, renowned journalist and founder of Editorji, Mr. Vikram Chandra, who I have been convincing him for a long time to come and settle in my state in Goa, to moderate the interaction with Mr. Bedi. He's a former CEO of NDTV, where he became known for reporting on the Kashmir conflict and anchoring popular news and debate shows, including the very popular Big Fight. He has also written a best-selling novel based in Kashmir. He later on went to form Editorji, a video-based news app. It is now my pleasure to invite Vikram to take over and conduct the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Dempo. And I can tell you, nobody needs a second invitation to move to Goa. So now that you've said that, I'm coming. So, we should be all prepared for that. Kabir Bedi, it's an absolute pleasure and privilege to have you, and to get the chance to talk to you. And let me just start off by saying that we've all seen you on screen, for a long, long time.
but your skills as an author. I've read many autobiographies, but I think the candidness, the emotion, the ability to just put your stories, and there are so many interesting stories in a very simple manner as you've done in this book. It is one of the most engaging books I've read in a very long time. And I'm going to start off by recommending strongly to everyone who hasn't yet read it that they should do so. So it's great to get a chance to talk to you. And I can tell you, you have so many stories that you must tell that if you go through even 10% of them, this 45 minutes is going to fly.
Vikram, that's fantastic that you say that. It's one of the best endorsements I could hope to get for my book, coming from somebody like you. I know you're not doing me any favors as a fellow Stephanian, but I know your journalist integrity is such that you will give your honest opinion. I'm most grateful for that. I also want to thank Srinivas Dempo for that wonderful introduction, and Rekha Sethi, who invited me on behalf of the All India Management Association. So I'm delighted to be here, delighted to be chatting to you, and I look forward to a great session in the questions and answers ahead.
Yeah, and there's one story which is not in your book, which I'm going to get you to recount, which ties up with that Stephens connection, how both of us were on the same team in the ultimate debate, the debate to settle whether St. Stephen's is the better debating college or Hindu college. That final question was settled at the Titans Cup, which we both got a chance to speak to. So maybe I'm going to come back to that towards the end of this.
Right. Quickly to add that we won the session, lest people...
Obviously, St. Stephen's won that session, or I wouldn't be referring to it out here. I didn't get my table and pretending that it never took place. So yes,
right.
We will come back and we will talk about it, obviously, because yes, we won that debate. All right, but let me start off first by asking you, Mr. Dempo was talking about how you're so well known and you're so famous in India. Just out of curiosity, are you more famous in India or more famous in Italy?
I'd probably say Italy. I'm probably more famous in Italy because everybody in Italy knows me, from grandmothers to grandchildren. My series is played, replayed, and I've done such a body of work that in the end, the Italian government actually knighted me. I'm Cavaliere. So there is a whole generations that know me. So I can't say more famous in India because I'm sure there are many parts of India where they speak different languages, don't speak Hindi, don't see English films, that may not have seen me. So I can't say I'm more famous here. I can certainly say I'm very famous in Italy. And I've been for a long time.
That's something we should try and organize. I'm going to get Rekha to try. We should have an AIMA session in Italy at some point, which we will all come to, and you will be there as a speaker, and you will take us through the streets, and we'll be treated as royalty.
Absolutely. It'd be fantastic.
But before I get to Italy and I get to Sandokan and I get that, let's start at the very beginning of your book, because I thought that was one of the most interesting stories, and a story very few of us knew. Is that story about your going in to interview the Beatles really correct? And you were ushered in there because Brian Epstein couldn't talk to you because he had a towel around him. So you were ushered in to interview the Beatles. Tell us about that story to start off with.
I used to freelance with All India Radio because even though I got into St. Stephen's because of my marks and merit, but my parents were very idealistic people. I hope we get a chance to speak about them, who transitioned from being freedom fighters to being major religious figures, my mother becoming a Buddhist nun, but there wasn't much money in the till. And so that's how I paid for my college, freelancing and doing things like All India Radio. And when the Beatles came into town, I was absolutely determined to get them because I was the biggest Beatles fan in the world. And I knew that they'd been in trouble in Manila, leaving, that had some problems with the government. So I went to the hotel where the whole Delhi press corps was milling around looking for the Beatles. I knew I had to find Brian Epstein because he was the key. And he came down and I confronted him as he was about to get into a car. And I said, "Sir, the government have scheduled an interview with the Beatles tonight at 10 o'clock. And he exploded. He said, "I will not allow the boys to do any interview. The boys will not give an interview." I said, "Sir, it's a government matter. They'll get into trouble with the government. I'm a big fan of the Beatles. I don't want them to get in trouble." "Nonsense. I will give the bloody interview." Good enough for me. Brian Epstein giving me an interview was no less. So when I actually went up to his room, he seemed to be unwell, sweating in a dressing gown, etc. I said, "Kabir Bedi here, sir, from All India Radio, interview tonight scheduled." And he said, "Oh God, I can't do this." And he took me across the entire length of the floor of the Oberoi Hotel to the other end where the suite was, where the Beatles were, knocked on the door and said, "Boys, do me a favor, give this chap an interview." And Paul McCartney led me in, and I was in that room with the Beatles. Now, the Beatles weren't just the greatest musicians in the world for me. They represented the whole age, the 60s in which we came of age, the time of social change, the time of sexual, cultural, even political revolution, people demonstrating for peace for the first time in history. And the Beatles represented all that cultural change that was happening, all the hippie culture, the psychedelic shirts, the mood of the age. And what happened in that interview, I'm not going to get into because A, it's long, and B, I wouldn't be able to do it justice in a few minutes. But the important thing there was that the aftermath of the interview caused a massive crisis in my life.
Before I come to the crisis, because it's an interesting crisis and that led to you moving on. So one of the aspects of that interview, which I think everyone would be really fascinated to know, is how you tried very hard to get John Lennon to admit that he had drugs.
Right, I did. I was very cheeky.
In a country where drugs were actually illegal. So I admire your courage. And how did that go?
Well, you know, when I sort of talked about hash and things like that, there was a kind of underlying nudge and a wink. But when I started talking about LSD, he got really cagey because he said, "That's dangerous." And I said, yes, it is dangerous. You know, but he didn't want to get into that. He says, you know, that kind of talk can be very dangerous. And he was right, because it's not a drug that you fool around with. It's a serious drug for those that take it. Those that fool around with it often suffer greatly. So he didn't give me any. He said, "I know you want a scoop, lad, but I can't help you here." And that was the end of that talk. But we talked of many other things.
And the crisis you refer to is, of course, the nightmare of anybody who's ever been a journalist or any creative field. All India Radio erased the tape of that interview.
Yes.
And they've never found it after that?
No, they erased it because I don't blame the backroom boys.
Sometimes they say we erased it, but actually they mean we lost it, and they tell you that we erased it. So it was actually recorded over to save tape.
Well, those days they didn't have much money, and they used to tape over everything for the new programs. So, but you know, the very fact that it wasn't flagged as a major interview, it wasn't given a huge build-up, and it just broadcast, and now an interview with the Beatles, and then when I go to get it, they say it's gone. It made me think, do I really want to work with these people? Is this what I want the rest of my life to be? I mean, I always loved doing creative things, and I thought this was a great way to express my creativity in radio and burgeoning field of television. And they let me down on both scores. What happened in television is another chapter in my book, and where they let me down there. But it made me think of all the options I had. I wrote down all the possibilities. I wrote down all my aptitudes and figured out what fit, which of my possibilities absorbed most of my abilities. And I sort of came to the conclusion I wanted to be a filmmaker. So I was not one of those guys that fancied himself as an actor, that came to Bombay to be an actor. I actually came to Bombay to be a filmmaker. And a lot of people don't know this, but I spent 5 years of my life in the corporate world. I was the film chief of Lintas with Alec Padamsi and Jacinta Kuna and other greats in the agency. I was with O&M, at that time headed by Frank Simoes before he founded his own agency. Ranjan Kapoor used to be sharing a cabin next to mine, and Suresh Malik and all these advertising legends were people that were my colleagues. And it was a huge decision for me to leave the security of advertising, where I was doing extremely well and my work was extremely appreciated, and leave that security for the unknown wilds of Bollywood. But something in me pushed me to make that move, because I just wanted to explore that side of myself. And it led to all the things that it led to. So it was one of those gambles that did pay off. My life actually has been full of transitions where I had to make major decisions on whether I should take that next step or not. And some decisions that were actually taken for you, especially with the relationships, which I think is one of the parts of your book, which
are really candid. I mean, you've spoken out, and that's why they've got a lot of attention. But before I come to some of those relationships with, the various women in your life, with your parents, with your children, before I come to that, just on the career part of it, the transition from corporate culture and making ads and being in the advertising business, moving from there to theatre and Bollywood, how did that journey happen? And what point did you really feel that I have to go international to really get acclaim?
Acting used to be a hobby of mine. I did it in Sherwood, my school. I did it at St. Stephen's. I did colleges around there with Yatrik in Delhi, etc. And my great fortune was that when I joined Lintas, my boss happened to be Alec Padamsee. So Alec Padamsee was the guru and the god of theatre in Bombay. And he put me in a play called Marat Saad, where he put me in a small role, but he saw what I could do. And the next thing I know, he cast me as Tughlaq, which is Girish Karnad's first play in English. And the way he staged it,
well, which became famous also, let's be honest, partly because of an opening scene which had you more or less in the nude, right? From the
well, that was the opening image. It was an image that absolutely staggered the whole of Bombay, because this play opened with me standing with my back to the audience, arms out, and looking top light, looking stark naked. And they gasped, and everyone remembered that image, and it became the talk of the town, made me known immediately. And
if you're lucky it didn't burn down the theatre, it might have happened now, right? Burning down theatres or saying,
but it was a spectacular image. It was a great play and brilliantly directed by Alec. Cynics said that my butt made the film, the play a success, but the truth is, it was the play. But it certainly got me known, and it certainly got me the attention of Bollywood. And so Bollywood offers started coming in. And I thought, okay, I want to be a filmmaker. Let's join Bollywood as an actor and see where it goes. When I joined Bollywood as an actor, one of the things I realized is I didn't like singing and dancing. And that was a huge problem, because to be a successful leading man, you had to do singing and dancing. And I fancied myself thinking, I'm a serious actor, I don't want to do this. I love watching it. It's great. Nobody does it better in the world. I love watching it. I just can't do it. So I knew I had to, if I wanted acting to be a career, then I had to look further afield. So I still sort of divided between acting and filmmaking, because I'd had a few hits right up front. But when the Italians came into town and they offered me the chance to audition for the role of Sandokan, which was a legendary character, almost like the Robin Hood of Italy, who was an Asian pirate. And they asked me to come at my own expense to Rome. I didn't hesitate. I didn't stand on ceremony and say, no, I'm a big actor. How dare you ask me to pay my own way? I said, no, it's an opportunity. Go there. And this recognizing opportunity has been also one of the hallmarks of my life. So that led to extraordinary success in Italy. And that's how that journey really happened, because it wasn't an easy audition. I mean, they checked me out on every front: horse riding, acting, drama, love scenes, swimming, fencing, whatever. And they saw that I had the aptitude. They saw that they liked what they saw, and I got the role. And it went on to break every television record in Europe. And that record lasted for decades. So it was a great opportunity for me to launch a whole different career outside India. And I was glad I aced the audition, because that gave me all the benefits of that success.
But you're right. It's a bit of a gamble, right? To say that I'm going to pay my own audition. Did they give you any indication? Because in your book, you hint that it's more or less said we like this person and he is going to be Sandokan. And
the art director said that. The art director said that. He was an Oscar-winning art director, Nino Navarrete, a great man. The director said, no, we have to test him. They had actually come to Bombay in those days, as the first city of a 6-nation tour they were doing across Asia to find the best actor in Asia for the role of Sandokan, because it's such an iconic role. And the art director said, we've got our man, but he wasn't so sure, and the producer had to go along with the director. So I was on tenterhooks when I went to Rome to do the thing. In fact, even after doing all my auditions very well, they didn't tell me I'd got the role till an hour before I caught the plane back to Bombay. they called me to this dinner, and we had this lovely dinner, and nobody's telling me, did I get the role or not? Is this just a golden handshake, or what is it? In the end, they said, and you will be Sandokan. And that was it. My life took a totally different turn and different course.
So Sandokan made you a superstar in Italy, the likes of which I think Italy has very rarely seen. You were probably one of the most famous people in Italy at the peak of Sandokan, probably still are. Certainly the best known Indian, I think that we probably ever had in Italy.
Yes.
Probably ahead of Mahatma Gandhi. I don't know. Maybe he's known more than you are, but I'm not sure everyone knows.
I'm sure he's known better than me.
But still, you know what I mean. That it's that level of knowledge of a person that you had a superstar status completely in Italy. When you came back to start doing roles here in India, when you came back to Bollywood, were you almost surprised that there were other bigger stars in Bollywood than you were at that time? So did that take you a certain amount of adjustment?
No, not really, because at the time of the success of Sandokan, I'd gone there with Parveen, because Parveen and I were in a major relationship at the time, Parveen Babi. And so I had to come back to India to finish my film, because in those days we shot films on the installment plan, and they took a long time to shoot. So I had to come back to India in between my other Italian ventures to finish the films. So, and Bollywood certainly knew about my success in a big way, although it didn't sort of become an all-Indian kind of news that it should have. But I wasn't particularly bothered, because I was planning to go abroad and live there and work there. And Parveen also decided she wanted to come with me, because I'd got her the lead role in my next series with the Italians. So I wasn't worried about any Bollywood actors, being bigger than me in India, etc. They had their place, they had their skills, they had their fan followings, and I had mine. And I wasn't in any competition, and I don't think they saw me as competition either in that sense.
You've written very candidly about some of your relations. You were mentioning Parveen Babi. So you've written very candidly about the fact that you were deeply in love. You had still a stormy relationship. There were insecurities when she came with you to Italy and saw just how big you are. There were times when she felt slighted when you're at an airport and she's being pushed aside. Do you feel that put a slight cloud over that entire period for you, having to deal with that? Or at the end of the day, was what the happy moments of the relationship, were they still exceptionally important for you at that point?
I think that's a question with two dimensions. One was the fact that Parveen was a bigger star than me in India when she came with me to Italy. And of course, being slighted on occasions hurt her deeply, because she had her own ego. She was a star. She was somebody who made her way from Junagadh to becoming a major star in Bombay. A girl with enormous intelligence, grit, talent. And there was a time, I won't get into the whole story, but how I chose to walk out of a dinner with Gina Laura Brigida because she insulted Parveen. Because she said to Parveen, "And you, my dear, what are you doing here? Following the star?" And Parveen was very quick. She was very sharp. She looked at Gina and said, "No, my dear, I'm with my man, because I have a man." And she said, "Oh, she's very clever. She's very smart." And the next thing Parveen said to me, she said, "I've had enough, I'm leaving." And I had faced this dilemma of, and this was a small private dinner with Gina, do I walk out of one of Italy's biggest international stars' dinner, or do I side with my woman? And I realized that Gina had overstepped her mark, and she had insulted Parveen, and I walked out with Parveen. But the other dimension that I want to mention is that the clouds that came over Parveen's life later, in terms of the mental stresses and the mental problems she faced, were there at that time. So there was this extraordinary success happening, and this extraordinary emotional drama happening, both based on her bruised ego, as well as her high, oversensitive sensibility because of the conditions she had. And this caused a strange interaction of intense joy on one level and intense stress on the other level. So that's one of the chapters of my book. And I had to share that as honestly as possible because that's what happened. And I needed people to know what exactly happened.
So I'm seeing one of the questions already coming in from the audience. What was the hardest thing to write about in your biography? Was it some of these relations? Was it the relationship with Parveen, or perhaps another episode with mental illness that you did have to deal with, and which I personally found a very moving story was your son and what he went through also with mental illness. Was that the toughest thing to write about?
That probably was the toughest because, you know, to have a son with dealing with schizophrenia at a time when he's in the prime of his life, when he's a graduate of Carnegie Mellon University, could get any job in the infotech world and at the dawn of the information age, and then be struck down by schizophrenia. And then the story that I write really is of a father trying to prevent a son committing suicide. Yeah. Because he'd come to the point where he said, I just don't want to carry on like this. And so going back into that whole emotion of that time and that experience of dealing with that was certainly, those were scars, those are wounds that became scars, and I had made peace with them. And when I wrote it, I had to, in a sense, reopen the wounds and go back in and remember all the pain and the agony and the drama that followed. Because what happens when somebody is suffering like that is that the person you love, you see them, but they're not the person you knew. Something within them has changed. And that's the hardest thing to deal with. Now, I want to stress right at this point that today, medicines and are there that treat or at least manage the disease much better than in those days. So I don't want to get people to panic and lose hope in those situations, because they can be handled, they can be treated. And there's been some extraordinary films like A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe talking about John Nash, the physicist that overcame schizophrenia. So it's not a story without hope. But what I went through certainly was something no parent should ever have to go through, because, you know, dealing with a son and dealing with that crisis is one of the most painful things you can go through.
Have you been able to eventually come to terms, because that was one of the parts, it wasn't very clear when you're reading the book, that you've spoken about the fact that it does mean you have to reopen some of that. Have you eventually been able to come to terms with the fact that this is the decision that he did finally take, and you weren't able to, with all your effort, with all your trying, you were not able to prevent him from taking his own life?
You know, in the end, I had to accept and respect the decision that he made, because thinking was his life. He couldn't imagine a life without having a mind that sparkled, a mind that saw things the way he used to see things. He couldn't imagine a life of dependence. Those are decisions he took. And in the end, when I said my final farewell to him, I bowed down and respected his decision, because he was a thinking boy, he was a sensitive boy. And it's still, respect or not, it's still a very, very deep and painful thing to feel.
You, as I said, a lot of your book is about your relationships, and you've been, as I said, been very candid about them. You described your relationship with Parveen Babi, which was somewhat stormy and, intense, stormy, very close. Your relationship with Pratima seemed to be the other extreme, where it was far free. It was literally an open marriage, right? And with all the complications that brought on. You want to share some of the stories about that? And was that in some ways easier to deal with?
Well, Pratima was a totally different case. She was a free-spirited force of nature, and as I said in the book, people don't realize that I am quite an introvert. I am quite shy in many ways. I've overcome that in terms of public speaking. I have no problem going on stage. But that introvert in me loved the extrovert in her. And she had this wonderful joie de vivre. And she was the one that set out to make sure that I was in her life. And I chronicled that very interestingly in my book, how she set about making sure that I saw her everywhere. She was everywhere in my life. And when somebody gets married, now again, I married Prathama not because, we were part of the 60s. We wanted to be the same, what I was talking about the 60s earlier. We wanted to be part of a new generation, a new morality, a new freedom. But nevertheless, when she got pregnant with my daughter Pooja, I realized that we can have whatever beliefs we want, but to inflict that on a child growing up in India of the 60s would have been very harsh. And I could not do that. So I said, okay, let's get married. So we got married. Now, nobody gets into a marriage with the idea of going into an open marriage. But through a very interesting series of stories that happened between two people, it came to a point where I said, okay, enough of these cat and mouse games on your side and my side. Why don't we just have an open marriage and be done with it? Now, how a normal marriage transitions into becoming an open marriage, that's the story of Pratima and what follows from that. So all those are tales of Pratima. And we had even after separating, because the open marriage ultimately didn't work. I know some remarkable people that have made that work. I wasn't one of them.
But that was also partly because somebody else did come into your life at that time.
Yes, but that came out of a breakdown of the earlier love and caring, sharing, a certain loneliness I felt. It was the breakdown of the open marriage that ultimately led to the other relationship with Praveen.
All right. I want to move back to some of the other aspects, but you mentioned your parents when we were starting off. And as I said, you really see the number of fascinating people who have been there in your life and the number of interesting people. Your parents, your father, who eventually became a philosopher in Milan after having been part of the Kashmiri resistance to the Maharaja, and your mother, who became a Buddhist philosopher and a monk. Tell us a little bit about them.
See, these were remarkable and unusual parents, very unusual parents. Parents that met in Oxford, who could have come back to India and got the best jobs in the country, renounced it all to fight for the freedom of India. My father became this flaming communist, leading trade union rallies and strikes against the British. My mother became the Gandhian, handpicked by Gandhi to lead the Satyagraha in our hometown in Punjab, Dera Baba Nanak. And they lived, we literally lived in the huts. I was born in what is called the huts in Lahore, which are actually 2-3 kacha, thatched roofed huts, no electricity, no running water. It was a symbol of their solidarity with India's poor, but also they had no money. But this is a place where all these leftists would gather and they'd be watched and harassed by the police. Many of them became very famous. Gyani Zail Singh was there, Inder Gujral, who became Prime Minister, was there, Sheikh Abdullah was there, Hafiz Jalandhari, who became poet laureate of Pakistan, was there, Surjit Singh Barnala, not Barnala, Harkrishan Singh Surjit was there. So a lot of great political people passed through that, but they never went into politics after independence. First, they focused on the refugees and rebuilding Kashmir, and then each discovered religion in their own way. My father becoming a philosopher, my mother becoming not only a Buddhist nun, but the highest ranked Buddhist nun in the world. And what she did for the Tibetans is almost like be the Florence Nightingale of a whole generation of Tibetan refugees, who all call her Mamila, including the Dalai Lama, who calls her Mamila. And how that happened, and what she did to promote Buddhism in the West is also an extraordinary. 3 books have been written on my mother, one by BBC journalist Andrew Whitehead. So the work she did was extraordinary. The parents I had were extraordinary. Being a child of such parents gave me a sense of freedom, in the sense that we never had much, but we never felt deprived. I also realized that you can lead a very unconventional and different life and succeed and thrive. And even though economically they certainly suffered a lot, but they all ended up with very fulfilling lives. So that was a sort of inspiration for me, that you can lead a different life, which gave me the courage to take very different paths at different times in my life. And there are many stories in my book that talk about those choices that I had to make.
And we'll leave some of them for people to read in the book itself. But looking at your journey, so here you are, you're a superstar in Italy. You're doing films in India, partly because of some of the other factors that you mentioned, but you're doing films in India, you're successful in India, you've had a big thing, a couple of really, really big hits like Khun Bari Maung. And then there's Hollywood, including coming back to India as the first, Indian villain in Octopussy, which must have been interesting. Right. I see a question also what it was like acting with Vijay Amritraj in Octopussy. Tell us about Hollywood.
About?
Tell us about Hollywood. So there's a question about you, the fact that you were working with Vijay Amritraj in Octopussy.
Yeah, Vijay was also in the film, but I was the first actor to play a major role in a Bond film. Hollywood actually happened for a number of reasons. One is, of course, every major actor in commercial cinema wants to try Hollywood, see what happens. I had money, I had youth, I had stardom. Plus, at that time, in Italy, I was so identified with the role of Sandokan that many directors told me, we can't cast you, you're Sandokan. So I had, in a sense, to prove to them that I was not just Sandokan, I could do other things. So while doing other Italian projects to prove that, I realized I had to move further afield. And I pushed on to Hollywood. And I did some wonderful films up front. I did Thief of Baghdad, Roddy McDowell. I did Ashanti with Michael Caine and Peter Ustinov and Omar Sharif. And I got the Bond film. It was a terrific start in Hollywood through a series of unbelievable events. But the problem with Hollywood was, when you really got down to it, was that they weren't writing roles for Indians and for South Asians. So how do you audition for a role? And you have to audition for everything after being this huge star in Europe, get down to audition roles. The dilemma was, how do you get roles if they're not being written for you? So that's why I diversified and became, I said to my agent, make me the foreigner. I will play any foreign role. And that's what got me my role in Ashanti. That's what got me my role in The Bold and Beautiful, which is one of the most popular television series in the world, watched by over 1 billion people. And I played a Moroccan. I played the Moroccan Prince Omar. But it was a continuing problem of finding the roles, of the difficulty of finding roles that are not being written for Indians while being in India. The Bond film actually was the only place where I was actually cast for who I am, a Punjabi Sikh. And it was one of the big highs of my life to be sitting in the Shiv Niwas Palace, looking down on the Pichola Lake with the Lake Palace in it, sitting with Jane Bond on my left and Kabir Broccoli's family, the producer of the Bond film, on my right, and thinking, I am shooting a Bond film in India at the Lake Palace. I mean, that was a magical moment for me. Absolutely magical moment.
So Los Angeles, Rome, where you've been a superstar, you're now living in Mumbai. What is home, and what place would you consider home, or all of them homes for you by now?
No, home for me has always been India. Even when I left India, I knew that I would come back to India. I guess because of my parents' passion and involvement with India, my own sense of being and belonging, I've always felt India was home. I never thought of any other place ever as home. I love London as a city. I love Rome as a city. Los Angeles has incredible talent too, but it was never home. Bombay is where I live. I grew up in Delhi, so at heart, I'm really a Delhi boy. I'm the Delhi boy that became an international star. That's one of the blurbs in my book. how does this middle-class Delhi boy become an international star? So that's sort of one of the themes running through the book. But Hollywood also was, towards the end, became very difficult for me because I really blotted my copybook by making some terrible investments. You know, when you grow up in a family where there's not a whole lot of money, and suddenly you get a whole lot of money, you think it lasts forever. And then you see that there are homes around you that the kind you want to live in, but they're more than the money you have. So you think, I've got money, I'll multiply my money. And I made investments that just lost me that money. I lost 1/3 of my money betting that Apple would succeed. Apple went down from 170 to 50 cents. I lost a huge chunk of my money there. I was right in the long term. Today, it is the most valuable company in history, $2 trillion. But in the stock market, it's the short term that kills you dead. And even my son, who was a techie, said, Apple will win in the end. He was right, but in the long term. So there was a company called Netscape, which is like Google, promising everything Google was promising. Unfortunately, it didn't live up to that promise. Lost another fortune there. Gold was supposed to go up. I've invested in that. Lost another fortune there. So
it was good investments, but yeah, I guess timing is what counts.
Timing was all. I mean, if you look at the price of gold from then to now, of course I was right. Many times over, 100 times over. But that's what does you in. And when you sort of have a thinking mind, you think you're smarter than the market, and you think you know better. And have you researched it all? You've researched it down to the marrow. Well, it doesn't work that way. The market is a beast of its own. And so I suffered greatly. I had to rebuild my career from the ruin of my life. I had to resurrect it. And that should be the last part of my book.
After all those highs and lows, life is looking, now at an even keel for you, Kabir. And otherwise, I'm sure, we are running out of time, but we could probably keep this discussion going for another 1 hour. We can keep that to the sequel, I guess. But I'm going to get you to talk about that one story which was not there in your book when we sort of were representing St. Stephen's, and we'll try not rubbing it again, which actually won that. But the ultimate shootout to see which was the college which was the best in debating.
Right.
End on that high.
Yes. And it was a terrific shootout because the Hindu college had Hardeep Puri and Subramanian Swami and all these great debaters, and we had you, and we had Manishankar Iyer, and there was me, and there was Deepak. There was Salman Haider, and it was terrific to win that debate because let me tell you about debating. I actually fancied debating more than I fancied acting in college. But it was impossible to get into the A team. The A team had these giants who my seniors, Montek Singh, Arun Maira, Ram Chopra, Prabhat Patnaik, who can crack that team? So I was in the B team that was sent to all these smaller colleges. And that's how I got my satisfaction there. And 1 or 2 big debates. But then being part of your team, and debating, being part of the Stephanian team that debated the Hindu team and won was also one of the big highs of my life.
Yeah, that was a great experience. Kabir Bedi, thank you so much. Time is up, but it's been a real pleasure listening to you. And thank you for the book, and thank you for being candid. And thank you, I think, also for allowing people to talk about many of the issues that otherwise people are reluctant to do. So as an introvert, you've done a fantastic job being an extrovert about your feelings in your book. So that's
right. See, the thing is, Vikram, we can talk about these things, and I can give you sort of overall topography of my life, which most people have got a sense of by now. But this is like looking at the waves on the ocean. My book is an emotionally immersive experience, and therefore to really feel what I felt and to go through the dilemmas that I went through and the human experience of triumph and heartbreak, you have to read it. You can't just know the surface of it and think you know my life. You do to a great extent now, more than you did before you came here. But to get that experience of what I went through, I think is a great human story, which is why I wrote it. But the only way to do it is by reading it. And I hope you do so.
Thank you so much, Kabir Bedi. Let me toss across to Srinivas Temple once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Bedi, for that wonderful session. I think AIMA greatly thanks you for being so forthright, being so candid, and anything that you do it with such good passion. I think that's where, and the guts that you demonstrated. You know, they say that there's no glory without guts. The guts that you had to go to Hollywood, to try out new things and to come out successful. I mean, it's just amazing to see how your life has gone by. Thank you so much for doing this, and thank you, Vikram, for moderating it so well. You've been a friend of AIMA for many, many years, and we hope to get all your support in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you, Srinivas, and thank you, Rekha. Most grateful that you called me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra, Mr. Bedi, and wish you all the success with your new book.
Thank you.
With this, we come to an end of this very interesting session, and we are now moving on to the valedictory session on India Recovers Sustaining Economic Rebound with the Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, in few minutes. Sustaining economic rebound. May I now invite on virtual dais Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, and Leader of House, Rajya Sabha, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited, Mr. Srinivas Dempu, Vice President AIMA and Chairman, Dempu Group of Companies, and Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA. I would like to share the poll question for this session, which is, India manufacturing needs protection to grow and not the competition created by FTAs. Do you agree, disagree, or can't say? Please share. May I now invite Ms. Rekha Sethi to deliver her introductory remarks.
Piyush Goyal ji, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, and Leader of the House, Rajya Sabha. Harshpati Singhania, President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited. Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited. Srinivas Dempu, Vice President AIMA and Chairman, Dempu Group of Companies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have you all join us for the valedictory session of the 48th National Management Convention. It has been a very vibrant convention over the past 2 days, and the presence of the Honorable Minister today in this session is the cherry on the cake. Honorable Minister, it is a privilege to have you on the AIMA platform today, and many thanks for agreeing to address AIMA's National Management Convention. Mr. Singhania, it's been great having you as the AIMA President, and I want to take a minute to thank you most sincerely for your amazing support and encouraging leadership through a very challenging year. You perhaps may have the unique distinction of being the only president without a single physical event in his tenure. Despite that, you ensured that AIMA not only continued to do well, but also excel in the last 1 year. Thank you for your time, thank you for your commitment, and thank you for being AIMA's rock through a very difficult year. Though you are stepping down as the president of AIMA at the end of this convention, we are going to insist on your continued leadership as the immediate past president, and we look forward to your continued engagement with AIMA. A warm welcome to Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chair and immediate past president of AIMA, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, the incoming president of AIMA, and Mr. Srinivas Dempo, vice president of AIMA. Gentlemen, thank you for your involvement, support, and encouragement. We at AIMA deeply value your continued guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we will discuss ways to accelerate economic recovery and transformation, and we are privileged to have the benefit of hearing no less than the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal ji. It is very encouraging that India's GDP has rebounded strongly and fast, and indicators suggest that the growth would be quite strong in the June-September quarter. Still, we have to continue to take measures to make the economy resilient and fit for sustained growth. The world has changed radically during the pandemic, and along with new challenges, new opportunities have also emerged for Indian business. Indian enterprises need to become more globally relevant and competitive by raising their quality and lowering their costs. They also need to use new technologies to create new kind of production and delivery systems for global scale and faster response to market shifts. India cannot afford to miss the openings in the global supply chains and the post-vaccine surge in demand. Already, India's exports are climbing, and the government is working hard on opening up foreign markets through free trade agreements and preferential trade agreements. Things are moving in the right direction, and Indian industry needs to raise its game while keeping an eye on the COVID situation. But I'm convinced we are going in the right direction, and we will hear more on that in this session. With these words, it is my pleasure to invite the AIMA President, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, to deliver the welcome address.
Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, and Leader of the House Rajya Sabha. Shri Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman, Shri C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President AIMA, Shri Srinivas Dempo, Vice President AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, past presidents of AIMA, gathered dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you, and a very warm welcome to all in a special session with one of the most outstanding and dynamic ministers of the Government of India. Honorable Minister, it's a privilege to have you with us today for the closing session of the National Management Convention. And many thanks for agreeing to address us and share your thoughts on India's economic recovery and rebuilding. A resourceful and energetic problem solver, you have been a go-to person for the Prime Minister for driving change across economic ministries. You have been entrusted with the Ministries of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution, and Textiles, in addition to carrying the responsibility of leading the party in the Rajya Sabha. Earlier, you have been in charge of the Ministries of Railways, Corporate Affairs, Power, Coal, New and Renewable Energy, as well as Mines. In cricketing parlance, you are an all-rounder who can be relied on to make instant impact in any ministry. Thank you for joining us, Piyushji, and a very warm welcome to you. I also welcome my fellow office bearers at AIMA, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, as well as Rekha. Mr. Kirloskar, thank you for joining us and a very warm welcome to you as well. Under your chairmanship, this convention has been a tremendous success, and we look forward to your support in the future as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian economy is recovering from the COVID crisis, and we need our ministers' dynamic leadership in achieving a sustained economic rebound. GDP growth has already rebounded in the first quarter of this fiscal, despite the devastating second wave of COVID. The 20% growth in the quarter is a tremendous achievement under the circumstances, even if it is on the base of a recession in the same quarter last year. India's exports have risen sharply, and the August figures are extremely encouraging. FDI is reaching new heights, and India is becoming a new global favorite for supply chain diversification. India's tech startup sector is flourishing, and many new unicorns have emerged in the past few months. The stock markets are booming, and the flood of IPOs bodes well for the new investments as well as for job creation. The best news is that the Honorable Minister has assured the industry that there will be consistency in economic policies and reforms. It is a critical assurance for the sake of infrastructure development, industrialization, and digitalization of the country. More than anything else, investors need a reasonably clear visibility of the future to organize and commit huge sums of capital to projects with long gestations. Honorable Minister, thank you for creating this confidence. Foreign trade is a critical area for India, as the country aspires to supplement, if not substitute, China as a major hub of global supply chains. While it is important for Indian companies to capitalize on the domestic demand, a sustained higher economic growth requires Indian companies to sell globally. Your efforts to enter favorable free trade agreements with friendly countries will make a long way in realizing the government's Make in India and the Atmanirbhar Bharat missions. With these words, once again, a warm welcome to our Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, and all our delegates who have logged on today. I would now like to invite the convention chairman, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, to deliver his special address.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania, for sharing your thoughts with us. May I now invite the convention chairman, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, to deliver his special address.
Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food, Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, and Leader of the House, Rajya Sabha. Harshpati Singhania, President AIMA, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited. C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President AIMA, and Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited. Srinivas Dempo, Vice President AIMA, and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to address you again in this valedictory session of the 48th National Management Convention. It has been a privilege chairing this convention, and I have immensely enjoyed every discussion. It's only appropriate that we conclude this fine convention with the man at the center of India's economic rebuild and transformation. Honorable Minister, it is a privilege to have you with us today. Many thanks for joining us. We're all eager to hear your views on the current economic situation and the way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian economy has bounced back, and GDP growth in the first quarter has been impressive, especially considering that it was the worst period of the pandemic. Business and consumer confidence will return if the coming festive period passes without a major COVID spike, and we can all look forward to a period of robust rebound in economic activity in 2022. However, economic recovery and rebuilding cannot be left to the swings of the pandemic. There is a need to learn lessons from the setbacks, look ahead, think strategically, and pivot to new policies and practices. While COVID has created many problems for India, it has also created opportunities. There has never been a better time for Indian companies to get into global supply chains, as sourcing companies have been chastened by disruptions in the existing manufacturing economies in Asia, particularly China. Many offshoring companies have been looking to diversify their supply chains. They're looking at India as the best alternative to China because of its similar combination of a vast labor force and a huge domestic market. Moreover, the growing political tension between the West and China is hurting Western brands in the Chinese market. There is a clear shift towards polarization of business and economy between the mostly democratic countries and the residual communist world. We must take advantage of the West's need for allies. However, to become a supply chain powerhouse, India needs global buyers and suppliers to invest in India, preferably in partnership with Indian companies. To convince global buyers, Indian companies need to keep their technologies and operating processes up to speed. The shortest route for access to capital, technology, and the market is to form free trade agreements with the most important economies in the world. Therefore, it's encouraging to see that our minister has been working hard to forge free trade agreements and preferential trade agreements and remove non-tariff barriers to Indian exports. Thank you, Mr. Goyal, for striving hard to conclude early harvest trade agreements with Australia, United Kingdom, the United Arab Emirates, and many other crucial trade partners of India. These are important markets for Indian companies. And even if India has to open its market to their companies, Indian companies can use the access to their resources, markets, and networks to grow much faster. While it would require Indian companies to be more competitive, it would also make Indian companies more competitive. The minister's focus on non-tariff barriers is an important pivot in the trade policy. And if such barriers can be overcome, India's potential for exports will rise substantially, including to the US, despite the lack of a free trade agreement with that country. Indian industry welcomes the minister's call for reporting of non-tariff barriers faced by Indian companies, and I'm sure he must be looking at the carbon border adjustment mechanism now making its way through the European Parliament. There is tremendous potential in India, not only to become Atmanirbhar, but also to become a provider to the world. Even though our domestic market is big enough to occupy the minds and capital of our companies, the aim of our companies should be to think big and long. Indian industry is best served by raising its game in innovation, productivity, and quality, while becoming a dependable alternative to the existing global suppliers. Under the missionary leadership of our Honorable Minister, India's private sector can make crucial breakthroughs in domestic industrialization and international trade. And I can assure him that Indian companies would love nothing more than having bigger markets and resources to do business and make a contribution to our national economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kirloskar, for sharing your thoughts. AIMA gives away honorary fellowships to its past presidents each year. We take honor in bestowing the AIMA fellowship on two distinguished presidents of AIMA, Mr. Krishan Kalra and Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar.
A veteran of management, he spent nearly 4 decades in various leadership roles in diverse organizations across many sectors. He is a former managing director of Analyst. A fine administrator and policy enthusiast, he had long stints with India's leading industry bodies. He does a lot of voluntary work in the areas of skill development, environment conservation, cancer care, and empowerment of persons with disabilities. He has served AIMA in every leadership position, and as its president in the year 1998-99, he provided outstanding leadership to AIMA at a time of India's economic liberalization and globalization. He continues to guide the organization as a council member. He is an invaluable asset to AIMA. All India Management Association is pleased to confer the Honorary Life Fellowship on Mr. Krishan Kalra, past President AIMA, for his extraordinary contribution to the organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of great pleasure for me, and I'm humbled on receiving the Honorary Fellowship of AIMA. I want to thank President Harsh, other members of the leadership of AIMA, and Director General Rieter for the same. My association with AIMA goes back to 1989, when as President of the Delhi Management Association, I was inducted on the AIMA Council. It's been a great 32 years. I've had the pleasure of serving as Treasurer of AIMA for 2 terms, Vice President, Senior Vice President, and finally as President in 1998-1999. AIMA is a very different organization today. Its voice is heard in the government, in the society, and in academia. Even financially, it's come a long way from the time when I was president. I wish AIMA yet greater laurels in future.
An illustrious business leader and a global entrepreneur, he heads one of India's oldest and largest manufacturing companies. He has modernized and globalized the 103-year-old Kirloskar Brothers Limited and enabled it to compete against the best and the biggest in the world. An unflappable leader, he steered AIMA through an unprecedented crisis during his presidency of the organization in 2020-21. His calm and consensual style enabled AIMA to withstand the shock of COVID and adapt quickly. Under his leadership, AIMA digitalized its activities and revenues and created new online programs such as the Leaders Speak and the Business Unusual series, and also held the first ever online AIMA convocation and National Management Convention. All India Management Association is pleased to confer the Honorary Life Fellowship on Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, past President AIMA, for his extraordinary contribution to the organization.
I am grateful to AIMA for conferring its Honorary Life Fellowship on me. I still remember the call made by Sudhir Jalan a few years ago, telling me he was putting forward my name to nominate me as Vice President of AIMA. When I protested, saying that my only management qualification was that I had still not put my then nearly 100-year-old company into bankruptcy, he brushed me aside, saying I had no choice. My request to give me some more time to consider also fell on deaf ears. Sudhirji told me that it would take far less time than I had given CII in the previous few years. So there I was next, at a fashion show organized by Sunil Munjal and our formidable DG, Srekha Sethi. Really not knowing what I was getting into, but everyone put me at ease. And over the next few years, I learned so many new things. Thank you, Sudhirji, Rajiv Kaul, Kishan Kalraji, Sunil, especially for improving my dress sense in virtual calls, Mohan, Harshavardhan, Harshpati, C.K. Ranganathan, and so many others, a list too long to mention, in the Executive Board and Council, for your tremendous support and sage advice, as well as your affection and respect for my family. I enjoyed my term, even if it was partly virtual. Soon after taking over, I met a large number of local management association members, quite a few of whom demanded that I come across for their events. Well, I had visited Indore, Hyderabad and Mumbai for their events in the previous year. I was able to visit Guwahati and Kochi physically, in Chennai and Kolkata virtually as well. The commitment and passion that I witnessed at the local level, matched at the national level, is just amazing. I'm sure that AIMA and the local management associations will contribute greatly to India's growth story. Thank you for all your service to Indian managers by introducing them to the latest concepts, trends, and technologies. Last but not the least, I am most obliged to the DG and her team for their dedication and zeal. Despite my personal missteps, they were always there for me. They are the real professionals, proudly flying AIMA's flag around the country. Thank you.
We also have one very important award to give away in this session, the AIMA Keval Noria Award for Academic Leadership in Management Education 2021. The award recognizes the professional experience and academic achievement of an individual in the area of management education. May I now invite Mr. Keval Noria, past President AIMA, to introduce this year's award winner.
I compliment AIMA and jury chaired by Dr. Arjun Saxena for selecting Dr. Devendra for award this year. He is a distinguished academic leader. He has made an outstanding contribution to management education in India. He was the Dean at ISB between 2015 and 2021, and currently he is Innovative Professor of Marketing Strategy and Innovation at ISB. A reformist Dean, he upgraded the curriculum and teaching methods at ISB and has worked closely with the industry to create new study and research programs. A prolific innovator, he developed metrics for market impact of innovation, supply chain, and CRM. He has also done exceptional work in area of competitive market structures and brand equity management. All India Management Association is pleased to present the AIMA Keval Noria Award for Academic Leadership in Management Education to Dr. Devendra, former Dean of ISB and Novartis Professor of Marketing Strategy and Innovation.
Good evening. It's an honor to receive the 2021 AIMA Keval Noria Award for Academic Leadership in Management Education. I am lucky in my 40-year academic career to have spent time in 4 universities across 4 continents. In the process, I have learned much from industry. Ideas from industry have guided my research in business models, brand equity, and in particular business performance, where I have looked at how to leverage technology to enhance profitability, growth, and resilience. While many academics talk about theory-driven practice, I can say honestly that my interaction with industry has helped me focus on practice-inspired theory. We must build bridges across academia and industry. For example, we need to do a better job of value creation and value capture. We manufacture apparel in Ludhiana, it gets branded in Oregon. We develop software in India, and again it gets productized in Seattle, Washington. I'm looking forward to working with AIMA on things that matter to industry. Again, thank you very much for this award.
Thank you, Mr. Noria, for doing the honors. May I now request Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Vice President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies, to introduce our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji.
Thank you, Rekha. Most respected Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, also Textiles, Government of India, and Leader of House, Rajya Sabha. My colleagues on AIMA, our President, Sri Harshpati Singhania, our Senior Vice President, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, past President AIMA and Convention Chairman, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Rekha Sethi, ladies and gentlemen. It's my unique privilege and honor today to introduce our Honorable Minister, who is our keynote speaker for the valedictory session. Though I must say he needs no introduction, but I will try to do justice to my job and say a few words about this multifaceted personality. A sharp man with a passion for instant impact. He is the go-to person for the Prime Minister to bring urgency and ambition to the economic ministries. His vast and diverse portfolio of ministries is the proof of his value to this government. He is spearheading India's economic transformation as the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry. He is also ushering a policy and administrative revolution in the Ministry of Textiles, as also the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. In addition, he is the leader of Rajya Sabha, which is also a very, very important position. In the past, he has led very important economic ministries such as Ministries of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Coal, Power, New and Renewable Energy, Mines, and of course, the most important Ministry of Railways. He is the epitome of versatility, and it's hard to see beyond him for this job. He has made an instant and big impact in every ministry that he has led, be it the Railway Minister, when Indian Railways achieved the lowest passenger death statistics. When he was the Minister of Power, Coal, New and Renewable Energy, he eliminated coal shortage, fast-tracked electrification of villages in remote areas, and accelerated financial turnaround of power distribution companies. Currently, he is burning the midnight lamp and working hard to forge free and preferential trade agreements with friendly countries to attract global manufacturing and shopping to India, keeping in line with the vision of the Prime Minister for Atmanirbhar Bharat. He's also trying to ensure reciprocity of trade terms by identifying the non-tariff barriers against Indian exports and taking much required retaliatory measures. He has set an ambitious target for textile exports. As all of you all know, textile was one of the most significant industries of India, and is also trying to raise farmers' income by increasing agricultural exports. A second-generation BJP leader, he has handled most of the key responsibilities at all levels of what is now the world's largest political party in terms of membership. He has played a central role in building the party's capacity for digital politics and has also been involved in composing the party's election manifesto. A pillar of BJP and a trusted associate of our Honorable Prime Minister. He's both the man of today and also the man for tomorrow. It's now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister to share his vision and thoughts on the current situation of the economy with India's management fraternity. Thank you so much. May I now request the Honorable Minister to deliver his address.
Thank you very much. I'm indeed delighted to address all of you at the All India Management Association's 48th National Management Convention. Shri Harshpati Singhania ji, President of AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director of JK Paper Limited. Shri Sanjay Kirloskar ji, Convention Chairman and Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Shri C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director of Kevin Care Private Limited. Shri Srinivas Dempo, Vice President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies. Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I remember the interesting interaction we had during your 47th NMC last year on the 21st of September. The NMC has been a unique platform for the country's leaders to have conversation about the state of affairs in different fields. I would like to congratulate all the award winners, Dr. Rajendra Srivastav, the winner of the AIMA Keval Noria Award for Academic Leadership, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, and Mr. Krishnan, Kishan Kalra, past presidents of AIMA, for honorary fellowships bestowed on them. I'm sure this will encourage other members and other leaders from the field of management to draw inspiration from Dr. Srivastav, Mr. Kirloskar, and Mr. Kishan Kalra to also aspire for such recognition in the future. I compliment AIMA for instituting this award. I hope you keep this momentum going and create the enabling framework for more leaders to emerge from the Indian corporate world. The sense of purpose and the special role that AIMA has played during the challenging COVID times is indeed highly admirable. COVID brought the best out of all the managers of different entities. It could be the business world, corporate entities, it could be the bureaucracy which runs the country, the government, it could be the political leadership, it could be the social organizations which did some exemplary work all through COVID. And I think the AIMA has played a pivotal role in developing and shaping this management capability across sectors in India. Despite all the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, India today confidently stands at the beginning of a new journey with robust economic bounce back, recovery, and growth on the anvil. The GDP is back on track, and I'm confident will continue to grow at very attractive rate. The FDI inflow is showing tremendous growth, showing a renewed enthusiasm for investing in India. As you may all be aware, exports are at an all-time high. Up to August, we have seen almost $165 billion export, something which is an all-time record, never seen before. It's 67% higher than last year, which was in some sense a COVID year, but 23% higher than the previous year, 1920, where COVID was not at all present. These numbers are anything but a testament to India's resilience and our capacity to readjust, led by our managers from the front. Today, the entire world is looking to India to play a leadership role in the post-COVID-19 world. Business confidence and investor sentiments are both in positive territory after the outstanding rebound that the economy has seen. India will soon be gaining the presidency of the G20 in the year 2023, and it will reflect India's leadership potential on an international fora. I'm sure starting from the Dubai Expo next month, all the way through until 2024, India is going to play a very, very important role on several global platforms, and management expertise that the AIMA provides will help India in our international foray also. These opportunities will help India to showcase our capabilities and our contemporary thinking. Under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the government of India has been retaping and re-energizing the Indian economy. In some sense, we are rethinking the past processes, we are realigning to newer ideas, and we are repurposing India's future to achieve ambitious goals. We are moving from over-dependence to self-reliance. And management associations like All India Management Association must play a significantly greater role when we talk of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat, ladies and gentlemen, will be a force multiplier for the entire world as we work to become a reliable and trusted partner of the world. Our mindset is changing from doing what others are doing to doing what is right for our citizens. And Prime Minister Modi has been able to literally bring about this paradigm shift over the last 7 years as the Prime Minister of the country, and over the last 20 years in the thinking of government, first as Chief Minister of Gujarat for 13 years, and then as Prime Minister for 7 years. 20 years of uninterrupted leadership as the head of an elected government, first at the state level and now at the national level. A record almost unmatched, unparalleled anywhere in the world. We are working towards greater engagement with several countries through free trade agreements, but the free trade agreements will be determined with national interest being paramount, based on reciprocity and fairness. We want to form relations with like-minded democratic rule of law governments like the United Kingdom, UK, Australia, Canada, and the like. We are working with the EU also to have a pact which will work in 27 European nations through our bilateral enhanced partnership both on investments and trade. By re-engineering our processes, aligning to global standards, and creating new avenues for employment, India is aiming for a quantum jump in economic growth. The rules of the game have changed. It is no longer the big beating the small, but the fast beating the slow. And that is where a young, agile population in India, a youthful energy seen in organizations like AIMA will help us beat the world, engage with the world, but achieve global leadership and take India not only to the $5 trillion first stage that we are looking for, but to make India a superpower, engaging with the rest of the world as an equal, engaging with the rest of the world from a position of dominance and strength, and not from a position where we are looking up to the world. We will look at the world from a position of an equal. And that is what Prime Minister Modi's aim and effort is directed towards. Finally, I once again congratulate All India Management Association for successfully conducting the 48th National Management Convention. I'm sure the ideas generated during this convention will provide valuable inputs to make India the hub of the world, not only in manufacturing, but also in management. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My best wishes to all of you. Stay safe, stay healthy, and good luck to you and your families. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your inspiring and very positive valedictory address. The recovery in the economic scenario is indeed very encouraging, and we look at your guidance and support under the able leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister to take India to the next level. Many thanks for joining us today. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for being with us today and for sharing your thoughts and ideas with us. May I now request Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, incoming President of AIMA, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Shri Piyush Goyalji, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, and Leader of House, Rajya Sabha. Shri Harshpati Singhania, President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Papers Limited. Shri Sanjay Kirloskar, Convention Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Shri Srinivas Dempo, Chairman, Dempo Group of Companies. Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to conclude the 48th AIMA National Management Convention. These have been 2 great days of urgent and meaningful conversations, and we have also celebrated some outstanding achievers. Honorable Minister, it has been an honor having you with us and listening to your visions and strategy for revitalizing Indian economy. Your ideas and steps to boosting investment and exports are very pertinent in the current scenario. And on behalf of Indian management fraternity, I can assure you that India's private sector would make the maximum contribution to the transformation of the economy. May I also have this opportunity to thank you for presenting the AIMA Awards and Fellowships. AIMA appreciates your gesture in joining us today and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much. Mr. Kirloskar, you have provided outstanding leadership to the convention as its chairman. You have also contributed to many of the discussions through the convention. Thank you for your time and support to the NMC. Ms. Singhania, you have been a marvelous president of AIMA for the last 12 months, and you have strengthened the organization in a difficult year. I am honored to receive the baton of AIMA presidency from you, and I would do my best to guide AIMA to further excellence in the year ahead. Many thanks for leaving a great legacy. I would be relying on your support in fulfilling my duties as AIMA president. Thank you. My compliments to Dr. Rajendra Srivatsava for winning the AIMA Keval Noria Award for Academic Leadership in Management Education. Congratulations to Mr. Kirloskar and Mr. Kaldra on receiving AIMA's Honorary Life Fellowship. Ladies and gentlemen, as we arrive at the end of this convention, let's take stock of where we have ventured through it and what we have achieved. The overarching theme of the convention was very topical. Given the circumstances and events of the past year and the prognosis for the coming period, AIMA decides to look beyond recovery and focus on new rules of the game in the transformation economy. We began with the session with the RBI Governor, Shri Shaktikant Das, who shared with his views and ideas about the central bank's role in the recovery and rebuilding. Quite appropriately, we have finished the convention with a session on sustaining India's economy rebound with the Minister for Commerce and Industry, Mr. Piyush Goyal. The Honorable Minister has had the last word on the subject and charted the path to the immediate and the next future of Indian economy. We focused on concerns and strategies of business leaders in 2 panels discussions, one involving CEOs from diverse industries, who explored the growing uncertainty and complexity of doing business and discussed ways to overcome those challenges, and the other involving the leaders of the most affected sectors during the pandemic, who looked at the ways to rebuild and reinvent the travel, hospitality, real estate, and retail businesses. I am grateful to each speaker and moderator in those panel discussions. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Kaul, Mr. Sudhir Jalan, Mr. Harshavardhan Neotia, Mr. Nikhil Shani, Mr. Devendra Chawla, Mr. Onit Chatwal, Mr. Rajiv Talwar, Mr. Rajesh Mago, Mr. Pranjal Sharma. Each one of you has been fantastic. We have been put the spotlight, a new age entrepreneur and investor. I'm grateful to Mr. Sanjay Bichchandani for joining us and sharing the details of his journey with us. We ended the day one with a bang with the Managing India Awards, where we awarded some outstanding individuals and institutions. My compliments to all the award winners, and you do AIMA proud by accepting these awards. Adi Godrej, Sanjeev Goenka, Adar Punamala, A.M. Nayak, State Bank of India, received by the Dinesh Kumar Kara, Ritesh Agarwal, Bhavesh Agarwal, Falguni Nair, Ziami, received by Manu Jatin, Kallipuri, and Zoya Akhtar. I would like to thank our citation readers, N.K. Singh, B.J. Panda, Mohandas Pai, Amjad Ali Khan, Srinivas Dempo, Rajiv Mekhani, Ritu Beri, Raj Nayak, Soyal Seth, Vir Sangvi, and Shekhar Gupta. Our special thanks to the Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari, Minister of Road Transport and Highways, whose very presence made the evening very special with us, this outstanding address. Thank you, Mr. Gadkari, for being a friend of AIMA. Looking at the future, we had a vibrant panel discussion on Sunicons, the startups that are about to achieve billion-dollar enterprise valuation. I thank Mr. Sunil Munjal for moderating the session and Mr. Vinit Agarwal for introducing it. My gratitude to the panelists, Mr. Vamsi Krishna, Mr. Aditya Srivatsava, and Mr. Varun Alag for an exciting discussion. In a special session with the former Dean of Harvard Business School, Professor Nitin Noria, we discussed the changing role of business in society in the aftermath of the COVID crisis. Professor Noria helped us appreciate the need for factoring in the growing demand for the business performance on social metrics, and he provided guidance on how to fit the new ultra-sensitive world. Thanks Mohandas Pai for moderating the session so well. We had a very helpful panel discussion on the healthcare sector. We looked at the state of the public health security and identified ways to deliver a dependable healthcare system. I want to thank Ms. Sunita Reddy for moderating the session, and also the panelists, Dr. Azad Mupan, Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, and Professor Srinath Reddy. The convention looked at the big picture of current scenario in the world and included special session on Indian Army and India's role in the new world disorder. My very special thanks to the Chief Army Staff, General M.M. Narvani, PVSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, ADC for agreeing to join us and share his views on winning the 21st century war and upgrading India's army capabilities. I also want to thank Dr. Shashi Tharoor for joining us for the session on geopolitics, and also Claude Smadja and Professor Padma Chalani for an eye-opening discussion. We were delighted to have one of India's global actors, Mr. Kabir Bedi, whose presence added a special flavor to the convention. I thank Mr. Bedi for joining us and for sharing stories from his life and career. And I thank Mr. Vikram Chandra for conducting the conversation with Mr. Bedi. I want to thank the sponsors whose support is very helpful. I thank our principal sponsor, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, the principal co-sponsor, Reliance Industries Limited, and the sponsor, JK Papers Limited. I also thank the co-sponsors, RPSG Group, Ambuja Neotia, Apollo Hospital Group, Kavinkar, Triveni Group, Usha, Neo Foods, Indian Oil, and VI. Appreciate the contribution of the associate sponsors, Dempo Group, and the corporate sponsors, DSC, Nico Group, and Titus & Co. It has been a well-rounded and very exciting convention, and I am sure that everybody has enjoyed it. Hopefully, the next NMC would be more normal, a little bit enhanced by technology. I'm optimistic about the next year, and I am sure we will be able to meet in person often enough. It has been a pleasure bringing this convention, and until we meet again, it's goodbye from all of us at AIMA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the convention. I hope you enjoyed the sessions as much as we enjoyed putting them together. My grateful thanks to all our esteemed speakers, moderators, sponsors, office bearers, council members, members of the media, and of course, our wonderful delegates for joining us tonight. Thank you and have a good evening.
We would like to once again thank all our sponsors who have supported us at this convention and made it possible for us to organize it at this large scale. Our sincere thanks to our principal sponsor, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, principal co-sponsor, Reliance Industries Limited, sponsor, JK Paper Limited, co-sponsors, Ambuja Neotia, Apollo Hospitals, Kevin Care, Indian Oil, Neo Foods, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Triveni Group, Uflex Limited, Usha International, and Vodafone Idea Limited. Our associate sponsors, Dempo Group of Companies, NTPC and Tata Chemicals, and corporate sponsors, Amway, BSc, Firebird Institute, Kone Elevators India, Nico Engineering, Power Grid, Thijo Engineering, and Titus & Co. We look forward to see you all at the next set of AIMA programs. Good evening.